Hey, pre-notification gang. Thanks, resub Weedle. Yep, just showered. Master Duel just came out. I know you can download it, but I don't think you can play it yet. At least not according to the people I was reading from on Twitter. Oh, coming along great, Rip. I did see the Cuphead show trailer. Thanks, you resub Taffy. Yeah, so Master Duel is downloadable, but I don't think you can play it yet. At least as of an hour ago from the people on Twitter. Maybe it's fully playable now, I'm not sure. Either way, though, I'm fucking stoked, but I won't be playing it tonight. Thanks to the resub Nikki in Tier 1 Big E and Prime Kunami. The bits scaredies. And resub Nayanada. Thanks to Tier 1 Tayerf. Yeah, we can do the dark here. I'll even queue it up. We'll do the part 2. No, I still haven't made the peanut butter jelly mayonnaise burger yet. Thanks to the resub. Mining and save. Quick text message. Thanks to the resub. Video game, more family, ponage, cute, honey, and A. And the prime sloth and street. The resub warmest. And thanks to the Tier 1 Funton. Yeah, I still shower. When's the moist shirt coming back? It's pretty serendipitous. It literally just came back. And there's a black version. So there's a black tee, just like the white tee moist shirt. I'll like talk about it on Friday. Yeah, that's all restocked. Yeah, I know you can download Master Duel now, I just don't think you can play it yet. Thanks to the resub. Fear, Cool Man in the Prime Crimson, Blorgus, Barney, and the gift sub Baller, and Amish, and Fish. Game developers are not your friends. Are you telling me that, or is that the suggestion? That's the suggestion. Thanks to give sub Barch, Green, Tier 1 Seal, and resub Mihar, Narwhal, and Bits Frog, and Prime Pet. You see the Microsoft stuff? Of course I did. Thanks to Tier 1 Sass and the 10 gift subs Lawborg. Hey man. And thanks to Prime Loverboy and Bogitio and Emo. I think that was the best thing that could have happened to Activision Blizzard to get bought by Microsoft. It kicks Bobby Kotick out of the company, and it gives fans a chance at least having the games improve. So, I think that's all around a good thing for gamers, but man, it's kind of wild, an acquisition of that size. 68 billion. Kotick is not staying on, at least not according to the sources I was reading this afternoon. Every single source corroborated that once the deal is closed, Kotick is being replaced by Phil. Thanks to Tier 1 Off Learner, Tier 1 Twisted in the Prime, Simic, Lethal, and 5 gift subs Unorthodox. Thank you, man. In the resub arc. Maybe, Scott. With the state of the world right now, though, it's a little difficult to be like gung-ho about something like that. Thanks to the bits, ya boy, and pay. Have seen Fact or Fiction, yeah. Thanks to resub Overlord. Have you seen the video with the helicopter killing a cartel leader with a minigun? Bro, what? No, I can't say I've seen that. I watch videos of women pissing on dudes' faces at a rock concert. What makes you think I was watching helicopter assassinating cartel leader? It sounds intense, though. Thanks to the Prime. Cool Gaming and gift sub Hawk. You think all of Activision will be Microsoft exclusive? Nope. I think that's a good thing about Microsoft is it's always going to be going to PC as well, so it's not just going to be like Xbox exclusives. And they even said that they're going to keep all of the properties that are on PlayStation for now. Thanks to the resub. Arentaria, 5 large fries, and Tier 1 stick bug. And the resub Zolotl. And the bits mining. Jesus, there's a ton of them in 80. Yeah, I saw a couple more that I haven't watched yet. Thanks to Tier 1 Trey. And the resub Vin and Moist. And Saw. Pizza Man. Watch the Moon Knight trailer. Bro, this trailer better make me actually shit my pants with how much hype there is here. I don't know anything about Moon Knight, but sure, we'll watch the trailer. Whoa, 14 million views in 23 hours? That's high even for Marvel. Is this like a beloved character or something? I've never heard shit about Moon Knight. He just looks like a stormtrooper that's going through a phase. The only thing I know about Moon Knight is I bought one comic of Moon Knight when I was a kid because I thought his mask was cool. Thanks to Tier 1 Cool Milk and the resub Brian, Glubs, Milky, Billiam, Mojo, Chuck, and gift sub Fish. Probably not going to watch that on Stream Basement, but send me in a tweet and I'll check it out. It's said to be the darkest show yet of Marvel. I mean, I feel like they say that about everything. Again, I don't know the character. Maybe it will be dark. Maybe he's going to be fucking ripping throats out of people. He's going to tackle war crimes, torture, animal abuse. Yep, fresh out of the shower. Thanks to the bits Sai and gift sub at Trey, and bits Nady and Trey. I haven't seen that skit, Trey. And apparently, Nady, I had no idea it went so deep. Thanks to resub Drez and Ben. And the resub Eden. Yeah, hopefully Master Duel will be playable by tomorrow. I'm excited. I think Master Duel is going to be a lot of fun. So we'll see. I'm not going to play it tonight, though, if it is actually playable. Let me send a quick text message. Okay. Thanks to the resub. Dillaton in the prime Randy Jackson. Like I said, I think Microsoft buying Activision is great for fans of Activision and Blizzard by extension, obviously, because at least now there's a chance that the games improve. Thanks to Tier 1 Cliffy and give sub Slack. I do not think the courts will approve of Microsoft buying Activision because it's a monopoly. They own Minecraft. That's fucking cute. I mean, I'm sure if Disney can buy Fox, Microsoft can buy Activision Blizzard, but yeah, I mean, it's a pretty fucking wild acquisition. Thanks to Prime, Hasdo, Fire, and the 5 gift subs TBG. Thank you, TBG. You think Overwatch will change? I have no fucking clue. All I can say is there's at least a chance that the game stops spiraling into obscurity. I think especially on the esports side. So if you're like an esports fan, I think this is like great news for you. Thanks to the resub. Iconic Initial Wolfstorm in 360. Neither of them are Monopoly though. I think they were just kidding because of the Minecraft thing, man. I don't think he was being serious. Let's get wild. Let's get wild. We'll start with Moon Knight.
Hello, and welcome to Staying Awake.
I have a sleeping disorder.
Oh.
I can't tell the difference between my waking life and dreams.
Hello, and welcome to Staying Awake.
Imagine how much more effective people would be if you didn't need to sleep, man. Sleep sucks.
I think I'm losing it.
We'll catch you on.
Thanks for Prime Side and get some salt.
Stevie.
Stephen. I can't tell the difference between life and dreams.
Thank you.
Lost the contact lens.
Thanks for Prime
Hope you
Joe,
find it.
Brian, and Resub
Thanks.
Map. This doesn't seem that dark so far. I haven't seen full frontal nudity, I haven't seen gore, nothing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're alive. What's wrong with you, Mark?
Why did you call me Mark? It must be very difficult.
But who is that?
Voice.
Is that Ethan Hawke?
There's chaos in you.
That's his name, right? Ethan Hawke? That's hype. I like that guy.
Embrace the chaos.
So he... Wait, what does he fight? Demons? That was a really cute way of ending it. That's just like the old Disney Channel thing when like Hilary Duff would take a little stick and draw the Mickey Mouse ears. That was pretty cute. Nice little send-off. I mean, it looks fine, man. I mean, I'm not losing my mind over it. I don't know Moon Knight. That seemed like just a pretty generic trailer. Here's the Prime Big Nate and the Bits Cool Milk and Chunky. Thanks for the long time of watching, Chunky. Thanks to the gift sub Fish and resub Schlurb. And the gift sub Poob. Oh yeah, the Andrew files. That's what I was talking about the other night. This was like a big Roblox guy.
Yeah.
There's apparently a huge set of awful shit So yeah, maybe we'll try and catch it. There's so much drama in Roblox recently, man. It's wild. It blows my fucking mind. There's a Prime Lucifec, Chef, in the Tier 1 Exia, Tier 1 Domatron, and the resub. Gaio. And Ash. Next to the Prime Dumb Boys. Atrax Blizzard vs. Riot video is very good. We watched it. I thought it was fantastic. It's a resub of Void. I'll save these longer vids for a bit later. There's the gift sub Kirby and the resub Hope. I saw the Cuphead trailer earlier. Horse kicks tree, farts on dogs, then runs away. Yeah, video's been recommended to everyone, huh? The bizarre story of Dennis Rodman's love for North Korea. I haven't seen that video, but I very much know about Dennis Rodman and his love of North Korea. Thanks, resub John. And North Korea's love of Dennis Rodman by extension. Redneck cooking with T-Rail. Sure. This?
What's up, YouTube?
Oh, Jesus
and
Christ.
T-Rail fans, how y'all doing? It is me, T-Rail. Where have I been? Oh man, my phone's been broke.
Oof.
Screen's been broke for a while.
Let's just get to the cooking, maybe.
Let that cook.
Looking
Let
pretty
that simmer
good.
for a little bit.
These are some coolest. The Prime
Let
Blood
that simmer for
God.
a little bit, and then
Hey, good luck, Emperor.
what are we having with these mixed vegetables? Let's find out.
Ah,
This is what we have
bagged
with
dog shit.
Pork chops.
Ah,
I cooked these pork chops the other day. I cooked them in that fryer right there. We got the vegetables are steaming. And go ahead and stir this up a little bit.
all right. So does he just dump the pork chop in there and that's about it? It's a pre-cooked pork chop and some basically heated
what we're gonna
vegetables.
And so we're just gonna put this pork chop in the microwave and heat her up real fast. Heat this pork chop up real fast.
Hey, makes sense to me.
It only take about 30 seconds, a minute. Get that thing heated up. I'm here to guard the manger. Church.
There's your
So
tier
we're
1
1
Fern.
minute.
And the resub early 20s in Ethos.
And when that's done,
And give sub Twixie.
the veggies should be done. Stir this up some more.
Those veggies are coming out nice. Yum, yum, yum. That microwave is cleaner than I expected it to be. Honestly, his entire workplace, I can't even call it a kitchen because he's doing this on like a desk, it seems, that he just installed like a flame over, is significantly cleaner than every other YouTube chef's kitchen. Genuinely every single one of them. The only like mess is this playing card and penny. And I guess this empty bottle of Gatorade.
That steam looking good. Smell good too. Tastes good too. So, while I'm waiting on that to cook, tell y'all a little story.
These are Prime Diner, Strange,
I moved
Stock,
my
and
ex-girlfriend
Matt.
in here
There's some haze.
about a month or so ago. The damn girl was on pills. The damn bitch decided to steal from my mama.
Oh, what the fuck?
Stole some fucking jewelry from my mama. As you can see, she is not here.
Whoa, what happened to her?
She ain't in my bed no more. I thought she was gonna be the one to wake up beside of me.
Is
Like
she
I
still
said in my
alive?
last couple videos ago. You know, that's that girl I've been you know, known for 3 or 4 years now. We just been on and off. Well, we was on again, but she wanted to get on them pills, and so now we off again. She's off doing her damn pills, getting fucked up. Me, I'm still living good. Over here cooking.
All right.
You know what I mean? She's over there asking motherfuckers for food and shit now.
He's the prime.
For food and water and cigarettes.
Imitator in the
She didn't have
resub,
to ask
Dank
for
and
shit when she
Tehair.
was here. Well, pork chops is ready. Let's go over there and get the plate. Spoonful over here.
Let me see the finished product.
Cut this off and unplug it.
All right.
Pork chop good. So, redneck cooking.
That was a pretty easy to follow recipe. Is it tier 1 disconcerting and tier 1 JD and the resub Shrutini and Keaton and Mantis. I don't know, that's a good question, Cosby. It's the resub Dan and Osbrick. Can you watch 10 two-sentence horror stories animated? Bro, I fucking hate two-sentence horror. We had a whole podcast episode dedicated to it like 2 weeks ago. It is the most embarrassing shit I've ever read. It's... I mean, yeah, I'll check it out. We'll see it animated, but my god, it's horrible. Oh god. I can already tell it's gonna be fucking trash. Alright, let's ride. These are 5 gift subs. Simic and the resub Batman and Big B.
I was having a pleasant dream when what sounded like hammering woke me. After that, I could barely hear the muffled sound of dirt covering the coffin over my own screen.
No!
Number 2. I woke up to hear knocking on glass. At first, I thought it was the window, until I heard it come from the mirror again.
What is she doing?
Number 3.
There's a prime Justin,
There was a picture
Compa, and the resub Eero, and 10
sleeping.
gift subs Wavy. Thank you, Wavy.
I live alone.
And the big fucking 10k, Don. Thank you, man.
Number 4. My wife woke me up
Thank you,
last
Don.
night to tell me there was an intruder in our house. She was murdered by an intruder 2 years ago. Number 5.
Whoa! Hey,
I
thank you for
never
that,
go to sleep.
Archimedes.
But I keep waking up. Number 6. The last thing I saw was my alarm clock flashing 12:07 before she pushed her long, rotting nails through my chest, her other hand muffling my scream. I sat bolt upright, relieved it was only a dream. But as I saw my alarm clock read 12:06, I heard my closet door creak open.
Jesus.
7.
Oh my god, it's too scary. That's too much. That's just too much. I won't be able to sleep tonight. And then two-sentence horror, really. They know how to get it done. They fucking strike fear into you. Things that resub Papaya, Blake, and the prime JGB. They give sub Blake. This video's last story made me scared to shit when I was a kid. What? How? Let's see. This? No, two sentence horror has been around for like 10 years now. That subreddit's old as shit. I'm guessing he means like the actual two sentence horror. Is this? God, it's like a full-blown short. I don't feel like watching that. Thanks to resub Winter and Conch. How losing a password just cost a company $190 million. Thanks to resub Elysium.
This video was made possible by Dashlane. Manage your online security for free at dashlane.com/RLL. So, what's the most that you think you could lose by forgetting a password? For you and me, probably not very much. But for a company called Quadriga CX, a lost password ended up costing them approximately $190 million. For reference, that's more money than 6,109 average Americans will earn combined during the entire year of 2019.
Wow.
Imagine for a moment how the economy and people's lives might be affected by over 6,000 people losing a full year worth of money because one idiot lost a password. Well, something like that basically just happened. But how did a mistake this enormous even start? Well, it kind of began with how Quadriga was founded as a company. It's a Canadian cryptocurrency exchange that until this recent disaster was the largest crypto exchange in Canada. A crypto exchange is basically a place online where you can trade cryptocurrencies or digital currencies for other assets like dollars, pounds, euros, or yen, or vice versa. The exchange charges fees on these transactions, and customers can store their cryptocurrencies that they own while they hopefully accumulate value. Quadriga was co-founded back in 2013 by
Whoa! This is so crazy. Literally just talked about this today. I'd never heard of Quadriga before, but apparently, this is 2019, so he wouldn't be talking about it then. Apparently the guy behind Quadriga just died. And he left all of Quadriga to his wife, and she found out that all of it was fake or something. Like, none of it was ever real. So it was like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of like valuation that it just never existed. Just a giant scam. That's fucking nutty. There's your Tier 1 Steven and Tier 1 Jose.
25-year-old Gerald Cotton, who apparently ran Canada's largest crypto exchange 100% entirely from just his laptop. That wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but Cotton was also apparently an extremely secretive person, and only he actually knew the password to his computer. By 2018, Quadriga had 115,000 customers,
with the person dying.
And all of their cryptocurrency funds at the exchange were stored on this stupid laptop in either hot wallets or cold wallets. Hot wallets are connected to the internet and are mostly used for quick withdrawals or payments with cryptocurrencies and store pretty small amounts, basically like a checking account at a bank. Cold wallets, on the other hand, are more like a savings account that generally store a huge amount of cryptocurrencies and are kept disconnected from the internet offline on a hard drive.
They say he faked
on the one
his
hand,
death.
this keeps the funds stored inside of them pretty safe from hackers since it's, offline, but on the other hand, it makes them almost impossible to access if you forget the password to the hard drive that they're all stored on. So in December 2018, Cotton apparently went to India for a trip and died while there due to
this is the story. What? I thought this was new.
You'd think that before he died, he would probably tell somebody, or at the least write down the password to his computer that was storing hundreds of millions of dollars worth of cryptocurrencies on it. That probably would have been the smart thing to do, but he also could have just died without telling anybody any of that. And so he did, leaving $190 million worth of Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and others trapped inside of his computer and affecting over 100,000 people across the world who couldn't access their money anymore. Cotton's wife and heir, Jennifer Robertson, appears to be leading the company now. And while she did file an affidavit with her husband's death certificate from the Indian government 3 days after his alleged death, it took the company company of Quadriga itself nearly an entire month to announce to their customers his unexpected death and the problem with accessing their $190 million. Security experts have been hired to try and beat the laptop's encryption, but so far, nobody has been successful in breaking it. Further complicating things for Quadriga, a lot of people think that this entire thing sounds pretty fishy and convenient. For example, why was the entire business run from the CEO's laptop? Quadriga has no offices and no bank account, which is unusual for a company of this size. Why was the entire business and operation run from a single laptop that only one person knew the password to? The transfer of funds between the cold wallet and the hot wallet were always just done manually by Cotton whenever customers requested withdrawals. But why didn't he ever write anything down or tell anybody else the password, especially right before his impending death while in India? His wife has claimed that she searched through their entire house and found nothing that can help with accessing the laptop. So the $190 million question is, was Gerald Cotton actually dumb enough to not tell anybody else's password and die with the secret? Or did Gerald Cotton actually just pull off an elaborate hoax and faked his own death to hopefully escape with all of the money? Very few people probably know the answer to that question at the moment, and only time will tell. If you're watching this video from the future and know the answers, then let the rest of us know.
I thought I did, I guess
comments.
not.
115,000 people may have just lost nearly $200 million because one guy died without telling anybody else his password, which really sucks, but it all could have easily been avoided.
With Dashlane, how do you know where that's going? So that's what they do. I thought this was brand new, because Danny brought it up like today about Quadriga and the guy dying, and it was like all a scam or something, but I guess a lot of wires got crossed there and the story was incorrect. Thanks to the Prime BMO. Is that a game, Pugs, or is that like a video? He teamed up with DB Cooper. Yeah, it doesn't even seem that elaborate. It sounds like he just went overseas and said, whoops, just died. Don't bother looking for me. Look it up. Why is there like an update to it? Let's see. What was it? Quadriga? Oh, this is probably why I brought it up, because she just spoke out about it again. If he did fake his death, there's no way he hides for that long. Especially not with that amount of money. He's going to spend it. He's a tier 1. Really in the resub Wolf and Plasma. Why making fun of this guy can get you life in prison. Oh, before I even hit enter, is this about Turkey's leader, Erdogan? I already know it is. I know the second I press enter, I'm already going to see his face. I was wrong. Unless that is Erdogan when he was younger.
This video was made possible by ExpressVPN. Start browsing the web securely with 3 months free by going to expressvpn.com/reallifelore. Have you ever written a mean comment about somebody here on YouTube or somewhere else on the internet? If you have, the worst thing that's probably ever happened to you is something like the classic Navy SEAL copy pasta written back to you. But for some other people, they've been sentenced to effectively life in prison for doing the exact same thing. You see, it really all just depends on who the person is that you're making fun of online. For example, if you're gonna make fun of me down in the comments of this YouTube video, the worst thing I can do to you is pin your comment and try my hardest to make you look like a clown. But if you're gonna make fun of the King of Thailand, however, you could face the rest of your life in prison, even if you don't live in Thailand. And here's how. Theoretically, Thailand is a constitutional
What does he have, like the
monarchy
Death
the
Note?
United Kingdom or Japan. But unlike in those countries, the monarchy is not only super revered, but it's also illegal to criticize them. The position of the Thai monarch and the royal family is enshrined in the Thai constitution, which at one point states, "The king shall be enthroned in a position of revered worship and shall not be violated. No person shall expose the king to any sort of accusation or action." So not only do we have those scary words to work with, but Section 112 of the Thai Criminal Code also makes insulting or otherwise degrading the king or a member of the royal family a severe criminal offense. It states verbatim, "Whoever defames, insults, or threatens the king, the queen, the heir apparent, or the regent shall be punished with imprisonment of 3 to 15 years. The punishment of 3 to 15 years, however, is for each insult that a person gives to the king.
It's cumulative,
so
okay.
If you were to hypothetically post 5 comments on a video such as this one that were insulting in some nature to the king of Thailand, you would face 5 counts of 3 to 15 years in prison.
That's fucking nutty. Yeah, imagine Gideon like L plus ratios king of Thailand.
And it's not just Thai
Dude will get like 4
citizens
million years in jail.
The Thai government has convicted foreigners under the law as well who have traveled to the country afterwards. But who even is the king of Thailand? They are not allowed to.
He's a fucking alpha chat is what he is. God damn.
Named Maha Vajiralongkorn, who ascended to the throne back in 2016 after the death of his father. The anti-insult law applies to him, his queen, the current heir apparent, and debatedly every other member of the royal family as well. So that's a lot of potential people that the—
I don't want this to be misconstrued as like an insult, but that last name is nutty. Holy shit. That is a long last name. That's one of the longest I've ever seen.
So that's a lot of potential people that the law covers. And it also doesn't help that the law doesn't exactly define what an actual insult is. It can be applied extremely broadly, and anybody is allowed to report anybody else for committing an insult. And any report has to always be investigated by the Thai police. Insults against the monarchy are considered threats to national security in Thailand. So here's a few juicy examples from recent history. In 2007, a man from Switzerland got aggressively drunk in Chiang Mai and began spray painting over some portraits of the king for some laughs. He was arrested and sentenced to 10 years in prison, although he only served a month before being pardoned and released. In 2008, an Australian man wrote a book about the various romantic scandals and entanglements at the Thai royal court. The book sold exactly 7 copies, but that didn't prevent the Thai police from arresting him upon his arrival at the airport in Bangkok during a trip to the country. He was sentenced to 3 years in a Thai prison, but was pardoned after only a month and deported. In 2009, a Thai woman was arrested and sentenced to 15 years in prison after she delivered a public speech that mentioned the ruling class of the country in a way that was deemed to be offensive. In 2011, an American man was sentenced to 2.5 years in jail under the law while he was visiting Thailand for allegedly writing articles online that defamed the king and for posting a link on his blog to a book that was banned in the country. He ended up serving 7 months before being pardoned. In 2012, a Thai man was denied bail on 8 separate occasions and sentenced to 20 years in prison because of 4 text messages he sent from his phone that were deemed offensive to the king and queen. 5 years in prison for each text he sent. In 2015, a 27-year-old factory worker in Thailand was arrested under the law for supposedly making sarcastic comments about the king's dog on Facebook, which for reference looks like this. According to the BBC, the man had posted multiple photos of the dog that appeared to mock the king. And in addition, he was also charged with posting the like button next to a doctored photo of the monarch. He spent 90 days in prison for the crimes before being released on bail and faced a maximum penalty of 37 years in prison for the Facebook posts. His current location and status of the case has been unknown since 2018.
Oh, he's probably fine.
It is also important to note that under the law, making fun of or insulting any previous Thai monarch is also considered a severe criminal offense. For an example of that, in 2017, a man made a remark while at a Thai university forum that he doubted the existence of an epic elephant battle in the 16th century between King Narswan of the Thai kingdom of Ayutthaya and the Crown Prince of Burma. This was considered insulting to a previous Thai monarch, even one who had been dead for over 400 years. years, and the man was subject to prosecution by the Thai authorities because of it. The case was eventually dropped, however, but that hasn't prevented other ridiculous claims from being made. In 2018, a relatively famous Thai YouTube personality got in trouble under the law for describing a dress worn by the Thai Miss Universe contestant as ugly. Unfortunately for her, the dress was designed by none other than Princess Sirivanavari Naryatana, the only daughter of the current King Vajiralongkorn. This got her into trouble for saying an insulting comment about the work of a princess. But others have gotten into far worse trouble for even less. In 2017, a 34-year-old man was arrested and sentenced to 70 years in Thai prison for simply creating 10 Facebook posts that were each deemed to be insulting to the Thai royal family.
Do we have a record of them?
Sentenced him to 7 years in prison for each Facebook post, which is the harshest sentencing that anybody in the country has so far ever received for insulting the monarchy. It was effectively a life sentence, but it was gracefully commuted in half for him to only 35 years in prison because he confessed to being guilty. Part of the problem with this law is that the media in Thailand rarely ever report on it or cover active cases, because even simply doing that can result in charges of insulting the monarchy for yourself. So I realized that even by creating this video on YouTube, I've potentially opened up a can of worms and gotten myself into some legal trouble in Thailand that could potentially restrict my ability to visit the country in the future, even though I feel like I haven't been insulting or degrading in this video at all, and I've simply only been reporting facts. The facts themselves can be considered insulting. However, if you were to hypothetically leave an insulting comment below and you ever go to Thailand afterwards, you could potentially face jail time there. And if you write multiple insulting comments, you could even end up facing the rest of your life in prison in Thailand if you ever visit afterwards and get caught. YouTube itself has even been blocked in Thailand on multiple occasions for videos exactly like this one. And I already know that this video is almost certainly going to be immediately blocked there. You see, Thailand and YouTube worked out their differences a long time ago so that rather than blocking the entire website there, YouTube just agrees to block potentially offensive or harmful videos in Thailand for them. Seeing as how other videos featuring far more minor content than this one have been blocked under this agreement in the past, it's safe to say that this one will be too. Internet censorship is not only a pervasive issue in Thailand,
I'm sure the King of Thailand
but across the entire world
now.
And across every website. If you want to be able to access anything
ExpressVPN. That's kind of wild. I had no idea. Thanks to Prime Crisp. No, I think the King of Thailand is awesome. I think he's, you know how much I like the King of Thailand. I've been saying that for a long time. Thanks to the bits, Nady and Jaded. It's literally if Twitter was a person. What the fuck do you... No, if it was Twitter was a person, he would literally argue with each comment in like himself and start like this giant thread and then have them arrested. Thanks to Resub Cheesy. I'm afraid of flying. I have no plans of visiting Thailand. That was an interesting video. I've never even heard of that before. Thanks to Resub Break. 5 eerie coincidences throughout history that need explanation. It seems more like a lesson than like a goofy thing. We've seen that, Sarge. No, I usually don't watch that kind of stuff on stream, Nitty. That's why I've been watching it off. Did I hear about the Final Fantasy porn that interrupted an Italian Senate Zoom event? That sounds great. It's probably the best Zoom event they've ever had. Thanks to resub Swine and the gift sub Bunny and Dolphins. And the resub Alexander. Seen it, Cryo. I forgot his name though. Thanks to resub Sosochi. It was the Salmonella video on him. Can't remember the dude's name though. Thanks for the resub Monotone. Watch SpongeBob Skin Theory. Seen it. I also got recommended a fucking SpongeBob rap today. YouTube comes up with some weird shit. There's a channel that only makes SpongeBob rap. For some reason that just kept getting recommended to me, so I watched it today. Shit was kind of fire. It used the like SpongeBob voice vocoder or something. So it was a bot, and it was really impressive what he was able to do with the bot. He's a tier 1 virgin. Like, it actually just kind of went in. It's not a song I'd ever listen to on my own, but as like a one-time thing, I was like, yeah, I mean, he did a good job. Check out Cooking While Preaching Cryptocurrency. This is a 32-minute video, man. I think I'll pass. Things give some Ghost Typo in the tier 1 Lady Chatterley and tier 1 Lewis. And tier 1 Jaded. My pussy wetter than SpongeBob. That rap is real and it's so bad it's good. Well, that's not the one I saw today. The one I saw today was like family friendly and just like well done. It wasn't my pussy is wetter than SpongeBob. Here, let me look that up real quick. Number 45, wetter than SpongeBob. This is literally straight from porn. Okay, I'm just gonna not even risk it on Twitch. Thanks to resub Brute, Chaos, and Seed. Yeah, I already got the TikTok iceberg queued up. We'll do that in a little bit. And then we also have these two. Thanks for resub Lunchbox. Actually, here, we'll just do one of these now. This one I'm not too sure if someone recommended it and said it was really good, so I'll give it a chance.
So I got a new job near the start of the pandemic. It was the first quote-unquote corporate job that I've ever had, and the training was straight up jarring. Before getting into all the procedures for the job, I was shown a video about the company's mission statement. I was expecting something about peace, love, and positivity or some other shit, but instead, their mission was a lot more, well, evil. After getting through the long history of the company buying up thousands of local chains and rebranding them, their stated goal, above all other things, was complete brand loyalty. This concept isn't a new thing, and companies like Apple absolutely dominate the market through brand loyalty. If you can get the public to trust your products, hell, even become fans of them, there's basically nothing that can stop you. This concept is the end goal of most corporations, but there's few worse places for it to happen than good old gaming. Because they all have a certain style to them, these companies, important word, have developed massive fan bases who believed for years that they can do no wrong. I'd like to help change that. I thought about how to do this video in a number of ways, but I've decided that the best course to reveal the sins of these companies is to get straight up biblical. It's time, my friends, for the 7 deadly sins. Now, I get that if you like some of these developers, you might find my criticism a little distasteful. So, to ease us in, let's look at the most
I feel like everyone just knows this, though.
Representing the greed of the corporate world, let me introduce to you Electronic Arts. But hey, before I get into those bad companies, let's talk about the company who's paying me, and its music is also good, Honeygain. Hey, weird question, have you ever wanted free money? See, Honeygain is a past failure that was Mass Effect 3's ending. The finale to a beloved game series that EA somehow managed to completely fuck up. However, EA is an overachiever. See, they might not have the money of something like Walmart, but they pack a lot of greed in those 2 tiny letters. Speaking of Mass Effect 3, our darling company decided to release the game with something called Day 1 DLC, aka a content patch that was made alongside development, only to be locked behind a paywall to people who literally just bought the game.
Commonplace
Even worse, it's not like the expansion was something unnecessary or extra. It adds an entirely new character and storyline, which are almost essential to get the full story the game is trying to tell. A story which, I should say again, they fucked up so badly that it ruined the entire franchise. Real innovators, doing it before Game of Thrones ever did. This is just Mass Effect 3. There are so many more incidents from EA's laundry list of sins. I'll do one more. Let's talk about EA Sports. The slogan for this division of the company is "It's in the game." The thing in this said game is football.
Who else does he cover?
And a
Blizzard.
In 2008, a civil suit was filed towards Electronic Arts accusing them of breaking antitrust laws, something that greedy companies tend to do. The accusation was specifically about EA signing an exclusive contract with the NFL,
I think everyone already knows that
and Arena
game companies
League,
care about
any
profit.
other companies from using the players' identities in their game. And what exactly was EA's airtight defense presented to the court of law? They argued that the football players' identities used in the game were entirely, quote, incidental. Like a fucking intern tripped and then coded the models' names, stats, numbers, and team affiliations into the fucking game. Whoops! Sorry about that. A series of lawsuits were settled 5 years later in 2013. This time, the multiple lawsuits all surrounded the company using hundreds of thousands of people's identities in the NC.
I'm not sure. It just seems more like it's, here's what these companies are doing and why it's greedy, which everyone already knows. Doesn't stop people from being, like, obsessed fans. Like, look at Disney. Everyone knows how soulless and corrupt Disney is, and yet they'll wait 8 hours at Epcot because there's a popcorn bucket that looks like a dragon. People don't care. They literally love to be used like piggy banks for these companies. And then there's the added benefit for the companies that these fans will literally fight their battles online. Defend them to the death. Thanks to the bits Jaded and Baked Potato. The Gangster SpongeBob Rise and Fall. The fuck is that? Oh, it's one of these wacky animations. Yeah, sure. This looks good.
Stop right now. Do not come to me.
I don't have choice, bro.
What the fuck?
It is one-sided game. Either you kill or you get killed. You will sell me to Crab's family. I know it.
Damn, I'm already more emotionally invested in this than fucking like Cyberpunk. Is it tier 1 Twisty and the resub Starkey and Sonata?
From the start of Krusty Krab's heist.
Fuck! How did it go so wrong? They were brothers! Oh, those damn nematodes. Man, the animation quality here is fantastic. Is this Pixar? Sponge Glock sequel, yeah.
First, prepare then become.
Are you ready?
3, 2, 1, go.
He's a prime vamp in Preston.
Hands up, Ricky,
oh, what the? Jesus Christ, not Squid in broad daylight?
Kitchen, he has a gun.
Thanks to resub Goody in blue.
I am pro.
Is this canon? I'm not sure. I haven't read the SpongeBob manga.
Do you even know who are you robbing, boy?
Come here, loser.
You will regret about this.
I know.
Fucking cops. We must rush, bro.
Oh, damn. Nice work, Patrick.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks to the resub, me and Manny. Big Sexy became the most loved player in sports. Sounds interesting.
Sup, bro? Open this case. Were you being followed?
No, him alone. Check this.
Now give it to me. We don't have friends in this business. You knew about this. I need to kill you. Don't move. Make it quick.
Patrick, he deserves so much more. Why does he keep coming back?
Epic noob. Cops will find you. Then they will
Shit,
find
shit,
you.
shit.
Come here.
The camera work here is fantastic. Is there some mercy? Why does he have a Guy Fawkes mask? Because he doesn't want his identity to be revealed. Bro, he's committing a crime.
It is not your game, bro. You were been such kind and sensitive.
It's Sandy. Oh no, it's just straight up the... Oh my god.
Oh, brother. What have I done? Crab's people are here.
There's the Prime Sentinel. The Tier 1 orange.
They left me here completely alone. Help! Here. He somehow gave me a second chance.
Fuck, man.
Who are you?
Nice spots, buddy.
God, this is the best short I've ever seen.
Patrick, he will kill only me. Live your best life. I'm afraid, bro. Tell my son I loved him.
Tell him yourself.
You will tell him by yourself.
Hey!
I will hold him up. It would mean a lot to me. It's my turn to save you.
I will miss you.
Me too. Run. Now.
Bro.
Don't do it, Patrick! He's not worth it! No!
I will raise you as a hero, like my friend.
Mr. Crab sends his regards.
Aren't starfish, like, immortal? Well, I guess maybe if you shoot them between the eyes, it changes things. Damn, that was intense. There was a lot more emotion behind that than, like, the Game of Thrones ending. Good lord. That's what HBO Max should be investing in. Thanks to resub Pika and Pump. I know there is, Kinway. We might watch it later. I don't know about that, KG. Squidward don't fuck around. Yeah, I mean, It was entirely SpongeBob and Patrick's fault. They shook the hornet's nest. They knew better than to fuck with Mr. Krabs. Here's the Prime JP. What are you talking about, Caden? I already went over all that yesterday. Thanks to Tier 1. Githira. I guess a little bit mining. Vulcan, the planet that didn't exist. Why would I want to just watch Star Trek lore? I don't know the name of them, but there's a group of people that believe that they shifted RR. What does that mean? Are you talking about the secret space program? Thanks to the resub Guppinator. Oh, reality shifters. Oh, I vaguely know that. Thanks to the bits, Paparoski. Alright, let's do the darkest TikToks part 2. Part 1 had a ton of shit I'd never even heard of before.
Hey guys, welcome back to another video. Today we're going to be talking about the darkest TikTok iceberg part 2. My most requested video ever on my channel. The last one completely blew up with 800,000 views. So thank you guys so much because the last time I made the iceberg, we were at 85,000. Now we're closing in on 150,000 subscribers. So if you like my personality by the end of this video, make sure to subscribe and maybe you could watch the 100,000 celebration, hopefully, because the goal for that one is 50,000 views and 10,000 likes. Anyway, I'm not going to explain how an iceberg works because this is part 2. Also want to mention that just like last time, this list is not going to be from most known to least known. It is going to be from most tame to most gruesome. Should credit me. A lot of people have been reacting to my old video and they don't credit me in the description. Only one channel did that, so please, if you're going to react to this, credit me. Also, I want to let you guys know I'm not only an iceberg channel. I know a bunch of you found me through that part 1, but I am not an iceberg channel. I love making Alex videos, basically. So if you like that, make sure to subscribe. But, you know, I make whatever I want. So if you guys like my personality, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And yeah, let's get started with the iceberg part 2. The tip. Faking disabilities part 2. Last time we talked about faking disabilities, we spoke about this man that was just pretending to be disabled in general. There was no specific disorder that he was faking. It was just, he didn't even explain it. That's how bad it was. But you guys were telling me in the comments that a lot of people fake Tourette syndrome and multiple personality disorder, aka DID. I always knew about these, but the reason I didn't include it in the original video is because I didn't want to call anyone out in case I called out the wrong person, and let's just say that person actually does have Tourette's. I would look like a horrible person. But luckily, someone was called out, and they were called out because they were faking Tourette's and they were caught. A user by the name of @TixandRoses was caught faking Tourette's. So this person would make TikToks showing their daily struggles dealing with this disorder. Though when they had a tic attack, this person was smiling throughout the experience. If you know anyone that has had a tic attack, you know that it's a painful and irritating experience, not something that you smile about and get giddy about. Anyway, this person was found out to be faking this because 1, people with real Tourette's were calling them out,
this got
and
controversial.
2, they had a second account focused on crystals, energy, and astronomy.
I privated the video because I didn't know what to believe anymore.
They had no tics at all throughout these TikToks and the live streams on that TikTok account. Eventually, their sister posted on Reddit explaining that they had never shown any signs of tics as children. She goes on to explain that they want nothing to do with the family anymore, but they are mentally ill. Now, in the case of multiple personality disorder, aka dissociative identity disorder, there are a bunch of posts on the subreddit called
their sister retracted the statement,
where a bunch of users are being called out. However, I'm not going to be calling out any specific users for the multiple personality disorder because I simply don't want to. But what I will say is, if there are people faking Tourette's, I'm sure there are a bunch of other people faking all kinds of disorders on TikTok. Cryptic translations. In late 2020, early 2021, users found out that typing re into the comment section and then clicking translate would lead to creepy messages such as, "It's crying, it's weeping." Cry. What is the meaning of the word?
Lame.
It cries out behind you. Suffering, it's all right. At first, I thought people were just changing the code or, basically glitching out the TikTok system in order to make these comments look creepy.
We're still in the most tame section,
it was a
though.
genuine glitch. that anyone could do. You could type it out and it would translate to that. But trying it out now in 2021, it seems like it has been patched by TikTok. So, I mean, I got it to work on one comment, if that means anything.
Identity disorder is the new favorite thing to fake.
Why does re translate
Yeah, I mean, that's still very popular on TikTok.
According to Google Translate, the word re and its variations could be translated to Maori, an endangered language spoken by one of the indigenous tribes of New Zealand. According to the Maori dictionary, the word re means to be angry, annoyed, or enraged. It does not mean Rihanna. The word ear, on the other hand, is detected as Shona, or I'm not going to pronounce that, I'm going to butcher that.
Shoza.
One of the native languages of Zimbabwe and South Africa. So at the end of the day, it seems like TikTok was going off the Maori definition of re, but it would like glitch out because it interferes with the other languages, leading to some very messed up translations. Confused_me2. Confused_me2 is a TikTok account that one of you guys said I should include. So while editing this video, the account actually got taken down. But I think I described it with enough details for you guys to understand what's going on. So I'm just going to put some stock images as I talk about the account. Also, I really want this in the iceberg because I want to let you guys know to not believe everything you see on TikTok. The account only has 2 posts, and one of them shows someone squirming around in a garbage bag, and the other shows a river. The song playing in the background is I Feel Fantastic by Tara the Singing Android, a video we covered on the Darkest YouTube Iceberg. Anyway, the watermark says the video belongs to Devin KB816, but it seems that account has been deleted. I do think this is fake because, I mean, come on, it just looks so staged. It's like some teenagers just wanted to prank the TikTok community. And also, if you
it's very easy to do that.
First of all, you wouldn't upload this. Second, if that person in the bag shouldn't have their feet out, because then you can see their skin color. Now you could tell that they're a light-skinned person. All the community in that area would have to do is see who's been missing recently that can match that skin color and, you know, probably trace it back. And that was just me thinking about that. Imagine what detectives would be able to do. So yeah, I wanted to include this on this list on the tip because, guys, don't believe everything you see on TikTok. And imagine, like,
I'm still gonna believe everything. Because it's more fun that way.
Suffocating flies trend. In 2020, a new trend began emerging where users would trap flies in syringes and squeeze the bottom, alluding to the idea of the fly being squished to death. Most of the times they wouldn't squish the fly, at least on video, but sometimes they would actually post it. This is a rare case where someone actually claims they made the trend. The user goes by DJSHBDBDB, and his bio read,
"Hey girl, I made that squishing fly trend on TikTok."
Trend now. This user has since changed his name and gotten banned due to violating community guidelines. I saw some people arguing in the comment section saying, wow, Gen Z is so soft, we're really protecting flies now, but like, that's not the point of the argument. No shit, we all kill flies when they're flying around in our room. But it's just really stupid when people do shit like this for clout. Like, dog, everyone kills flies, but it takes a special kind of person to trap a fly, put it in a syringe, start squeezing the bottom of it, and then post it for TikTok clout.
I don't feel like hunting that shit down. It's such a hassle.
Fly at 50K. The surface. Skinwalker dog. Before I get into this, let's go over the definition of skinwalker. In Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has the ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal. One day, a woman posted a TikTok of her dog opening the door from inside the bathroom. She screams, "Oh my god," as the dog looks at her and closes the door again. The comments were full of people telling her that her dog was a skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was...
yes. From Upper Kazuki. Yes, of course. The only man qualified to diagnose your dog with a possession. I have no doubt, too, that this kid truly believed it. They're like, oh my lord. That's our real possession. Just like in Demon Slayer.
Skinwalker. Look, if the doorknob was spherical, then yeah, I would be creeped out too. But the owners then showed that the doorknob was one of those lever type doorknobs. So, you know,
my
that's
dog
how
opens
the dog
doors.
opened the door. There is a whole community on TikTok dedicated to finding skinwalkers, but let's be honest, most of them are fake or just misunderstood. Bolivia College Incident. The Bolivia College Incident is another one of those situations where users would just upload these shock videos onto TikTok until they get taken down, because that's how a lot of you guys told me you guys found this video. Anyway, this clip showed a bunch of college students on the 4th floor all cluttered up together. Eventually, the railing breaks and students begin falling to their deaths. It's so scary seeing this one girl about to fall to her death, but is pulled up by a colleague. Usually I know about these shock videos that go around.
I've never heard of that.
No idea that this even happened. So thank you guys for informing me. Also, to the people posting this to get clout or likes or just shock value.
Fuck? When did that happen? I've never heard of that in my life. Well, I'm not looking it up on stream, obviously, but I've literally never heard of this ever. It happened in 2021. What? Damn, what overshadowed this? Like, did Dreams stream during this day or something? How is this not trending on Twitter? How far up were they? 4th floor, it says right here. It was all over Reddit. Damn, what the fuck was I doing in March of 2021? I never heard of that at all. Thanks to resub Watt and the resub Kazama.
You're fucking weird, bro. You're a weird piece of shit. The body.
Jesus, I'm sorry. I just haven't heard of it. Jesus.
TikTok
that man came after me.
April 24th, 2021 was no longer a normal day. Instead, it became TikTok's day. I'm sure you all remember this because the news seemed to have went mainstream, considering my mom was talking to me about it because it was being talked about on Univision. But yes, this was supposed to be a day where guys would go out and girls? I don't think anything happened though. I read a lot of articles about it, but
no, it was just
no
a big
really
troll.
Said anyone got hurt. At least I hope so. I hope no one got hurt.
I remember that one, yeah.
The person who started this trend can't really be traced. It didn't seem like there was a person. It seemed like it was just a community that did it all at once. So,
God damn, man, thank you.
Yeah. Update on cat killer's identity. In part 1, we talked about the lady cat killer that would go on Omegle with the tag furry from 12 a.m. to 2 a.m. and would show off skinned and burned cats. She would also go on TikTok basically having fun that she wasn't caught. And in the video, I said that the authorities did get involved, but I did not mention who she was because I thought the internet never found out, which was stupid of me because this is the internet. The cat killer was found out to be Crystal Cherica Scott, a 19-year-old woman in Indiana who apparently sold Animal Crush videos on the internet. She would go on websites looking for families that were giving away their pets and then proceed to kill them on video. When searching her home, FBI agents recovered numerous animal parts and skulls that were consistent of the size of cats and dogs. Agents also discovered approximately 3 live dogs, 12 live cats, and several lizards. Scott is facing up to 7 years in prison, 3 years of supervised release,
that is so fucking stupid.
$250,000.
That is so dumb that they are not more strict on that. It is fucking shocking. Even if, let's say you don't even like animals. Let's say you're a person that just fucking hates animals. At the very least, there is so much documentation to prove that people that harm animals or torture animals on camera for views or to sell the videos are literally the most likely to be serial killers. So even if you fucking hate animals, there is no argument where this person should ever be free again. For this long, this many tortured and killed animals on camera, there is no world where this person should be allowed back in general population. Fucking crazy. 7 years maximum with 3 years of supervised release. Good lord.
Foreigner challenge. So the foreigner challenge is something I witnessed people talking about, but never saw any of the videos themselves. I mean, thank God, because this seems horrible. So this was a trend that started in April of 2020, where people would post compilations of little fan edits of themselves, basically, with Pop Smoke's song Foreigner playing in the background. Rest in peace, Pop Smoke. You cannot say pop and forget the smoke. Except the people in these edits would put their into these edits.
Yeah, exactly. The animal harm is often a precursor to murder. Like almost every single murderer, like Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman, claimed to have killed over 200 people when he was working as a hitman for the mafia. Jeffrey Dahmer, I believe, also in that group. Ed Gein, pretty much everyone. Ted Bundy, I think, as well. Pretty much everyone you can think of all started with killing animals. Like just like torturing animals as a kid in their home or finding strays and beating them to death. They all started there. And yet still the law doesn't seem to take it seriously. Crazy.
Which is already weird for TikTok. I mean, that's against community guidelines. But the reason this foreigner challenge blew up was because the main people
doing this CJ, were minors. And the 5 gift subs, Tyler. Thank you, Tyler.
Little girls. I don't know why. I don't know either. But basically a bunch of like bigger TikTok influencers were just like calling this out and telling like people to report these videos right when they saw them and, you know, trying to stop it basically. And I guess it worked because I've never seen one to this day. Again, thank God I haven't.
Well, yeah, you'd be in jail if you did.
Suitcase murders. In the summer of 2020,
I remember this
teenagers were using an app called Randonautica. This app provides you with totally random coordinates within a set radius. You can then choose if you'd like to adventure to that point. Honestly, it seems like a fun app. I might even download it after this video. No, this is not a sponsor. But in this case, these teens were led to some rocks on the beach. While there, they discovered a suitcase that they said smelled horrible. After recording some of it, they called the police, and authorities later discovered that there were human remains inside of that suitcase.
This one was real.
The
man
I remember was 27-year-old Austin Winter, who was killed by a gunshot wound. Police also connected this to another body they had found a month before near the same location. And that body belonged to 35-year-old Jessica Lewis, who was his girlfriend and died from multiple gunshot wounds. The killer hasn't been found to this day. Also, the family's GoFundMe is linked down in the description in case anyone wants to visit it and donate.
Thanks, Kazbot.
TikTok Bangladesh human trafficking. In June of this year, Bangladeshis were shocked when they saw a video circulating on WhatsApp. The video showed an almost 4-minute clip of a woman being gang and tortured by 4 men and 1 woman. Authorities got involved and were able to save this woman, which was a victim of human trafficking. The reason this is on the iceberg is because a popular TikTok influencer who went by the name of Babo not only and trafficked the women in the video, but also would use his social media clout to lure 50 other women into a cross-border human trafficking ring between Bangladesh and India. Traffickers use TikTok and Facebook groups to find women in Bangladesh. They were lured to India under the false premise of either shooting videos or finding employment. Man, that's sick. Imagine like a struggling woman in Bangladesh looking for a job, looking for employment, just to be lured into one of these
No, I don't think I've ever heard that one, Goblin.
In May of this year, an account on TikTok began gaining traction called Puberty Helper 101. The goal of this page was to help little girls go through puberty and deal with the changes their bodies were going through. But eventually, people found out that the owner behind the account was a grown man. It was even more disturbing when the account posted this. Hey guys, I'm going to pick 3 of you randomly and DM you and give you my phone number to help you and talk you through anything you need. If any of you would find this helpful, write in the comments and maybe I'll pick you up. What the fuck? This TikTok account
Thanks, Austin Jones, I guess.
TikTok community found out it existed.
Who ran that account? EDP? Like, goddamn.
In April of this year, a 12-year-old boy by the name of Joshua passed away due to attempting the quote-unquote blackout challenge. This challenge consisted of choking yourself until I remember this one. Joshua's twin brother ended up finding him unconscious on the bathroom floor. This resulted in Joshua being brain dead and being on life support for 19 days until eventually passing away. Their GoFundMe is also linked down in the description. They're almost near their goal. Their goal is $200,000. Yeah, if you guys want to donate, then donate, but rest in peace to Joshua. Rest in peace. 1444 video. The 1444 video is another video that would circulate around TikTok, just like the Bonnie McNutt video and the Bolivia college incident. This 2019 video showed a teenage Russian boy sitting on his couch saying a quote and then shooting himself in the head with a semi-automatic rifle. The way this video got its name is unknown, but I'm sure someone just button mashed, you know, just 1444. But it was actually uploaded to YouTube with the name 1444 and was left up for 3 days. So YouTube just didn't take it down for 3 days straight. Anyway, the young man in the video went by Gleb, and I'm not gonna pronounce his last name, I'm gonna butcher that. And the story goes, and I quote, according to friends, the young man decided to commit after a quarrel with his girlfriend on the basis of jealousy. Against the backdrop of personal problems, this event became a fatal, irrevocable moment, after which the young man decided on a desperate step. Beloved Gleb was a 17-year-old Muscovite Elsa Gumirova. Girl showed no interest in the last hours of the young man's life and didn't even go to the broadcast. She refuses to comment on what happened.
Why would she go to the broadcast?
I think that's probably a translated paragraph because the English wasn't that good on that. Please take this as a grain of salt because that was submitted by an anonymous user. He was live streaming this on VK, which is a social media in Russia. Before he commits, he says a quote, and that quote translates to, Nikita, if you tell my parents about this too quickly, I'll get you from beyond the grave. I know that you have their phone numbers. Anyway, how does the saying go? Neon Polka. Neon Polka is a reference to another Russian person that also committed. And that person actually laid on train tracks and was, I don't even know how I could say that, but her head came off on the train tracks, and her last post on social media said Neon Polka, and it became like a meme in Russia, I guess. So you say that before you commit.
What a
to make matters even worse, Gleb's
awful way to go out.
The video from his account, so she had to sign in and delete it because I guess VK just wasn't taking it down.
Sub-zombie. I don't know why that reminded me of something. Do you guys remember the hot coil challenge? That was back with the Tide Pod eating shit. There was a dude who threw his arm onto like a hot coil on his stove for the hot coil challenge. Anyone know what ever happened to that guy? And then he just like burnt the shit out of his arm, like probably a permanent branding. And then he was about to do it again before his friend stopped him. It never caught on or anything. But I was just wondering, does anyone have a follow-up to that? No? No follow-up? Damn. He's got nice scars. No, he's got stupid scars because it was literally just a hot coil. So his scar is just going to look like a pile of dog shit on his arm. It's not even like a cool scar or anything. Thanks to Tier 1. London resub zombie. I guess no one knows what happened to the guy.
Chow Kiyome. Chow Kiyome was an Asian TikTok influencer with over 100,000 followers who was also a crane operator. She would make videos showing her daily life and made innocent videos. One day, while live streaming, she accidentally misstepped on the crane and fell 160 feet to her death. There is a video of this, but it doesn't show anything because the phone's just like rapidly spinning in the air. Yeah, I mean, rest in peace to her. I don't know if this was one of those like shock videos where people would just post it on TikTok. I'm sure it was. If you guys are telling me in the comments, I mean, I'm sure people would post this too, which is so fucked up. Stillborn TikTok. Mothers coping with the loss of their unborn children isn't anything new. I guess it just comes to a shock to people when they see it on TikTok or any other form of social media. The loss of a child
weird
is
to
a
do
pain
that.
I never want to feel, let alone a child that you never got to
I knew
meet.
about
Most
this one.
women cope with this loss by holding the child in their arms and pretending that they're alive, even if it's just for a few hours. Usually it's done right after the delivery. I guess. A lot of you guys were telling me about these mothers that go through these traumatic experiences, and I feel like you guys wanted me to really go in on it, but I'm not. It's just these women coping with a horrible scenario. If it's how they cope, then let them. And if you don't like it, then keep scrolling. Even in the case of this one woman everyone was attacking because she seemed quote-unquote happy in her videos. Now, I understand everyone on the internet.
I know which one he's talking about,
a woman holding a dead child. And yeah, smiling while holding a dead body is something I'm sure none of us would expect to see. But I hope none of us have to go through what this woman had gone through. And not only her, but the millions of other women that deal with this that just don't post about it.
Kind of weird to post it. It is. On your For You page, it absolutely is. It's fucking stupid.
Just keep scrolling.
Again, it just feels like
Sierra
mom's
Halseth
trying to make everything likes on TikTok.
Sierra Halseth and 18-year-old Aaron Guerrero were dating for some time, but Sierra's father did not approve of their relationship. The reason for the unapproval is unknown. Perhaps it was the fact that he was 18 and she was 16? Anyway, these two teenagers ended up murdering Sierra's father due to him not approving of them being together. The creepy part is that they posted this TikTok acting like it was a normal thing to do.
I don't know what to say. Welcome back to our YouTube channel. After murdering Day 3 after murdering somebody.
Whoa! Whoa! What a way to start a vlog. Hey,
the father had been
hey,
stabbed
whoa.
to death and his body was set on fire. His body was found in his own garage. Cops say Sierra and Aaron then took off in her dad's car right after the event. They were arrested days later 400 miles away in Salt Lake City after apparently trying to dodge a train fare. The teens were also caught on camera buying these tools such as like bleach and other cleaning products like if they were gonna clean up the murder scene. The teens have been charged with murder but haven't entered a plea. If convicted, Guerrero could face the death penalty. Because she is a minor, Sierra faces life in prison.
That's
CP/gore profile pictures. Again, you guys requested this, but this one's pretty self-explanatory. I'm happy I haven't seen any of these, but you know how on TikTok with there was like an update a couple updates ago where you can now set your profile picture and you can also set like a video profile picture. So I think people were abusing the video profile picture thing, and whenever you would click on their account, it would play a clip of CP or gore, which is so like, bro, why? You're weird. Yeah, I'm assuming there was
well, it's more than weird. It's
gross.
It's a fucking crime.
Anymore.
Like
so yeah,
it's a
that's it for part 2 of the darkest TikTok iceberg. I think we're done because it was even hard to come up with this list. If I earned your like and if I earned your subscription, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. My next video is gonna be a really nice video. It's not an iceberg. Like I said, I am not an iceberg channel, so don't.
We already did part 1.
I'm an iceberg channel. I talk about anything I want. And
nice. I only knew a couple of those. I knew more from this one than that one, actually. Yeah, we might as well just finish it, I guess. I can't imagine there's too much more that he hasn't covered, because he's doing really broad topics instead of, like, specific instances, or at least in this that he did. So yeah, we can finish it.
Hello guys, welcome to the Darkest TikTok Iceberg Part 3, the final tier. I do want to start by explaining how this video is going to work, because it is a little bit different from the first two parts. So first, I want to start off by saying I'm not an iceberg channel. just want to get that out there. If you guys want to watch my last video, make sure to go watch it after this video. It is called Cartoon Episodes That Traumatized Children. So yeah, if you like morbid horror video essay,
I already know what's going to be on there.
Make sure to hit
Courage of Charlie Dog, King
anyway,
Ramsey's
usually
Curse.
we go from most tame to most gruesome, but for this video, we will be talking about 10 topics, those being the worst of the worst that we could find. And why do I say we? Well, today we actually have a co-host for this video. Joining me today is the amazing True Crime Cam. You guys may have seen her TikToks on your For You page, considering she has 1.3 million followers on the app. I just really needed someone who had the TikTok knowledge. So this video will be split evenly. I'll go once, then she'll go, then I'll go, then yeah. Make sure to subscribe to her. She's gonna earn your subscription by the end of this video, trust me. Also, thank you guys so much for letting me get the 100K plaque. That's so amazing. When we started this series, I was at 85,000. Now we're nearing 200,000.
Isn't he close to like 500K
so thank you guys so much for sticking around.
He's over.
And
God damn, he's popping off.
Grab a snack. Let's get started with the video.
Jesus. I feel like he was at 500K like a day ago or whenever we watched the first part.
Jonathan Melindo. I don't want to say his actual name simply because I think YouTube demonetizes whenever you say his name. That's why we're going to go with Jonathan G. You guys most likely have heard of this, but let's keep talking about it. Jonathan G was a TikTok account that appeared in 2020, but the original account has since been banned. To understand exactly who and what Jonathan G is, first we have to go back to 2016 and inform ourselves about the Blue Whale Challenge. The Blue Whale Challenge began in Russia and was basically this game where anonymous users on the internet would manipulate young teenagers into themselves. The challenge would last for 50 days and you were supposed to do one challenge a day. The last challenge involved jumping off of a high building. It is believed that Rina Palenkova was the first victim of this horrible game. We spoke briefly about her in part 2. This happened again in 2019 with the infamous Momo picture, which I can't show or else this video would get demonetized. YouTube does not like this image because of just how controversial and popular it became and the negative connotation it carried with it. Then in 2020, the same type of challenge returned, but in the form of Jonathan G. So, where was the first sighting? Apparently, the first sighting of any of these accounts was on TikTok, going under the username @JonathanG54.
I remember the Momo thing.
Eventually, more and more people began adopting this Jonathan G persona. These people would message others on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and Discord, and force them to play their game. Yes, this game involved harming yourself and eventually committing suicide. If you're wondering how these anonymous people were able to convince these young teens into doing these horrible actions,
I don't think they did.
Because they would threaten to dox, which means find your address, kill your entire family, and do other disgusting things. Usually, they would send a link, and if the victim clicks that link, their IP address is leaked. Then, all the Jonathan G accounts would have to do is copy and paste that into an IP address finder, and boom, he has enough to scare a kid with. So now that we all know this is just Blue Whale 3, who is the real Jonathan G, and who is the person in the images? Well, the origins of the name cannot be traced back to anyone. I'm assuming it's just a random name someone came up with and everyone else just rolled with it. But the person in the images is Samuel Canini, aka Dusky Sam. He wrote on Twitter, "Hello everyone. This Jonathan G madness seems to be terrorizing a great many young, impressionable people. The photos and videos are mine from 2012 to 2013. They were for my own amusement then, not for some modern day thrill seeker looking to scare and bully people. If you get some message from anyone starting up some game, do not engage with them. Do not let them into your life. This world has enough real problems, and suffering or dying for someone's cheap pleasure should not be one of them." Sadly, this game and all the other versions of it have resulted in a lot of kids committing.
Well, I don't think so. If I remember correctly, I haven't done research on this, but I do remember that Momo thing. I don't remember Goofy, whatever that is. I remember that guy's face, but I don't remember that being anything like further than that. But the whole Momo thing was all just a complete hoax. It was all completely fake. No one actually like hurt themselves or anything like that. I don't even know what I type in to find it. Momo related deaths, maybe? Let me see. Oh, that's what it was called. The Momo Challenge. Yeah, the Momo Challenge hoax. I don't think there was an actual case of somebody, you know, killing themselves from it. Who Momo is? I don't know why you asked that so awfully, but it's this thing. It's a picture from some old horror skit or something. This thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure no one ever actually hurt themselves. It was just people making it up, and then places like Mirror ran with it. So like, here's Mirror's headline. Momo challenge victims revealed, kids as young as 12 killed by twisted craze. But I don't think any of it was ever actually real. I'd have to look more into it, but yeah, I do remember it all being outed as like all those stories that were reported weren't actually true. Thanks to Prime Outlander and the resub Dictron and Tier 1 Hammer. Give me one sec. Okay.
This 11-year-old boy in Italy, and he left a note on his tablet, like his final message, and that...
Okay, people keep saying blue whale. I don't even know what that is. That is foreign to me. I know blue waffle. I've never heard of blue whale before, so I don't even know what to look up here. Blue whale death? Well, I just got videos of blue whales dying. Okay, so probably not. What do I look up? Blue whale challenge? Okay, let's see. It was a Russian thing? The piece, so there was initially an article that came out linking multiple children's suicides to the Blue Whale Challenge, and then it is critiqued by saying the piece was later criticized for attempting to make a casual link where none existed. None of the suicides were found to be a direct result of the group activities. Claims of suicides connected to the game have been reported worldwide, but none have been confirmed. That's what he's talking about. Well, I know, I'm just saying, like, I've never heard of the blue whale one, but none of this was ever, like, actually confirmed, ever.
That read, I love you, Mom and Dad. Now I have to follow the man in the black hood. I have no more time. Forgive me. I just can't believe people are out there trying to manipulate kids into doing this. Just why? Because it's fun? Because it's cool? Like, if it makes you guys feel any better, people actually were caught trying to be this Jonathan G character, and they were sent off to prison.
And thank you for the tier 1.
Hello everyone, I'm Cam, aka True Crime Cam on TikTok. I also have a YouTube channel if you want to subscribe. I would love you forever. And I also want to say thank you to Tuv for inviting me to collab on this video. You're awesome. Okay, let's get into it. Let's talk about John Ferry, aka the founder and CEO of John's Bones. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this guy on your TikTok For You page at least once. And if you have seen him, you would remember because he has a massive collection of human bones. He's come under scrutiny recently because people are questioning if his business and the way he treats the remains are ethical. John told Mashable this in an email referring to his business. Quote, "These pieces are not decoration. They are teaching tools and serve a very important purpose." This is a very hypocritical statement considering John has dressed up these human remains and let his cats play with them like toys.
Oh. I was gonna say, like, that's a pretty reasonable response.
How to tell the difference between a male and female skeleton? By fisting. We drove to buy a real human skeleton. The thing about the question of where do I get them from?
I bet the people would be happy to see their bones being so enjoyed.
It doesn't matter to like 99% of you because you won't do anything with that information. And the second thing is it's kind of like going to your weed dealer and being like, where do you get your weed from?
I first want to point out that John is not an osteologist, which is a trained professional who critically analyzes and evaluates remains to determine where they came from, how old they are, etc. People have stated that if he tried to get into this field, they would shut him down as soon as they saw his TikTok. John is just a designer, a rich guy in New York City that started his business with the help of his parents. John buys his remains from old medical collections or bone traffickers, then sells them back to the public under the guise of making the study of bones and human anatomy accessible. Anyone could buy these human remains and do whatever they want with them. You could close out this YouTube video right now and go buy some human bones. That is it.
Give me just 1 second. Is that true? I had no idea. I know you can buy, like, for, like, I remember in college some classes had human bones to teach. I didn't realize that was just something I could get on Amazon. Let me see. Bone trafficking? Let's see. Looted skulls and human remains are being sold in the black market. So where is this site? Because that's not coming up for me. Is it on Etsy, maybe? And do I get to know whose bones they were? Like, do I get, like, a picture of what they looked like before death? And it's like, hey, it's belonged to fucking Paul Cheeseburger. These are his bones. Thanks to resub Skykill and Squatch. Yeah, I just read about that, Shadow, but like I said, there's no actual reports of that being real or anyone actually doing that. Thank you to the 2K bits, Nick, and the resub intervention. Thank you for that, Nick. Yeah, I don't know where I'd find bone traffickers. They're like an NFT. I mean, unironically, you get more value out of human bones than an NFT. Yeah, this guy seems like a real maniac.
If you have the thousands of dollars to spare. There's also absolutely no way to know if these bones were collected ethically. I mean, if someone really donated their body to science, do you think they want to be hung in some random New Yorker's apartment put on TikTok? So the even darker side of this practice is the history of colonizers grave robbing indigenous people and stealing their bodies for, quote, scientific collections. At one point, John listed for sale the skull of a Sami person. The description of the skull also included a slur in reference to the group. Once people found out, he quickly removed it from his website and didn't address it. To give some background, Sami people were routinely collected during the 19th and 20th centuries through grave robberies, excavations, and trade, none of which the Sami people agreed to nor wanted. Specifically, during the 1950s, 25 skulls were exhumed and examined to test racial theories. It wasn't until August of 2019 the Swedish History Museum finally returned the remains of indigenous Sami people to their original burial grounds. I want to end this topic by reading a direct quote from the Pedestrian article written by this individual. Quote, "Black, indigenous, and other ethnic bodies are not props for art. They are not objects to be pillaged and dissected by anyone. They are not exhibitions."
So is that what John was doing? Was he personally going and exhuming these graves?
And we shouldn't be okay with the private trade
or he just had his mom and dad's credit card and bought bones?
Which people have no ethical right to procure in an industry built on racism and violence.
Gemini, corrected. Okay, so in part 2, I spoke about Gemini and Daniel Larson. I got some backlash from my bad research from a very serious Papa Gut. We spoke in DMs and I even popped into his stream and we had a very nice and wholesome conversation about the topics that I messed up on. He was extremely nice when educating me on both situations, but today we will only be talking about the Gemini situation, not the Daniel Larson one. Reason being, I was planning on talking about both Gemini and Daniel Larson and correcting both, but Daniel Larson, or at least I think it's him, left this disturbing comment under Papa Gut's video, which made me say, you know what, I'm not sticking my head any further down this rabbit hole. I spoke to Papa Gut in DMs and he agreed that that situation is just kind of getting out of hand at this point. So if you guys want to know more about that specific situation, make sure to go to Papa Gut's channel. He has a bunch of videos about Daniel Larson. Anyway, back to the Gemini situation. In part 2, it seemed like I almost downplayed the Gemini situation. By the way, if you guys go back to the video is updated. Those 2 segments are actually trimmed out of the video. It seemed like I downplayed the situation, which is something I would never want to do.
Who the fuck is Daniel Larson?
About the R word here. I would never want to downplay that. I was telling Papa Gut in the stream that those were not my intentions at all. Like I was not doing this with ill intent, you know? Anyway, I went on Papa Gut's Twitch stream. As I was saying, he was educating me on both situations, but I would like to share with you guys some notes that I took while learning about all the horrible things Gemini has done. So first off, I want to say that Papa Gut was actually one of the people that really pushed for Gemini's termination of all of social media. And judging from Papa Gut's uploads, it seems these stories I'm about to tell you happened in 2020 or were at least revealed in 2020. These stories are not in chronological order, but they are all true. Trust me, I tried finding it in chronological order, but wow, there is a lot to cover here. So I'm going to give you guys my main bullet points. Gemini registers as a minor on Yubo to talk to other minors. This isn't necessarily illegal, but the implications of this are very odd. Gemini has sex with a 15-year-old not knowing she was 15, and him being 19. Then Snapchat screenshots came out revealing that when he did find out, he still wanted to have phone sex. And him having sex with a 15-year-old is still illegal. Like, that's extremely illegal and irresponsible. As influencers, we're supposed to make sure that the people we carry conversations with on the internet are over 18. Gemini was an RA in a college dorm and would be creepy and break into girls' dorms, sit on their beds and wait for them to come home. This resulted in Gemini being kicked from the school due to sexual battery. Papa Gut says he received this info.
Did he pull the naked man?
At the college. A girl came out with her story about Gemini in which she showed images of her bruised body and claimed that she was drunk, so Gemini took advantage of this, drove her home, and R-worded her. I in no way meant to downplay the situation when I first talked about it, and I'm sorry to anyone if it seemed like I was downplaying the situation.
I don't even know what you said about it,
my
man.
fault.
If
it was
wasn't
just
in
bad
the
research
iceberg,
on my
I don't
part.
remember.
Gemini has since returned to Instagram as ZZER_00, where he took the religious route and praises God every chance he gets.
Happens every time.
You can even tip him or buy a cameo from him, which I said in the original video, which is why? Why? So yeah, this Gemini dude is disgusting and trying to get people to pay for his cameo, like, or tip him. It's absolutely disgusting. And again, thank you to Papa Gut for educating me on the subject.
I've never heard of him
Victor
or Daniel
Sosa,
Larson.
The killer that TikTok users found and caught. So on February 23rd of this year, Daisy De La O was fatally stabbed outside of her family's California home by her ex-boyfriend, 25-year-old Victor Sosa. Her body was discovered the next morning by a property manager, covered by a roll of carpet.
And Tier 1
Victor was a suspect
Asian,
immediately after her death, but he had already fled the country. Daisy's family and friends decided that they weren't going to sit by and wait for authorities to act, so they launched an investigation of their own with the help of TikTok. They posted videos and images of Daisy, shared her story, as well as images of Victor calling for people to share and find him. They used the hashtag #JusticeForDaisy. Luckily, the videos landed on the right For You pages, and tips started rushing in. Victor Sosa had been spotted working at a bar in Mexico called Papas and Beer. The person who sent this tip in said that Victor had been working at this bar for weeks and was living his best life like nothing ever happened. The tips were confirmed by authorities, and Victor was arrested on July 2nd. He was transported back to LA and pleaded not guilty to the murder of Daisy. Daisy had ended her relationship with Victor just weeks before her murder because he had allegedly been
This was not the story I thought it was.
Victor then texted her, convinced her to come outside, and that was the last time she ever saw her family. Daisy's mother, Susanna, told the media this, quote, "He took a part of my soul and I can never get it back until I reunite with her again. I hope he remembers my daughter's face every single minute of his life. I hope he rots in jail and never hurts anybody else." Susanna wants justice for her daughter and hopes by telling Daisy's story that other young women will find the strength to lead these abusive relationships. If you or someone you know is suffering in an abusive relationship, go to www.thehotline.org.
I feel like TikTok would actually be a really good tool for something like that.
Benadryl challenge.
Just because everyone has TikTok.
Trend surfaced on TikTok. That being
like, look at EDP, for example. EDP literally can't exist in even like a parking lot in bumblefuck nowhere without someone videotaping him for TikTok. That man can't go anywhere. So actually, maybe using TikTok as a resource for catching people would be pretty effective just because there is so many people on TikTok.
Benadryl is an over-the-counter drug that anyone of any age can buy. It's used to help relieve symptoms of hay fever, other allergies, and the common cold, as well as itchy skin due to insect bites. Teens began taking more than they were supposed to experience the high. Overdosing on Benadryl can lead to abnormal heart rhythms, hallucinations, seizures, and even death. So the typical dosage for Benadryl is 25 to 50 milligrams. These teens were taking 12 times more the expected amount and taking 300 to 500 milligrams. A teenager in Oklahoma died from this challenge, and several other teens were hospitalized.
An unthinkable tragedy. An Oklahoma teenager dies
How is
as a
it
result
unthinkable?
of the latest TikTok
It's a
challenge.
Benadryl
Is also
TikTok
blamed
challenge.
for the hospitalization of at least 3 teenagers in Texas earlier this year. While young people may...
Now, I couldn't find any of these TikToks, probably because they were all taken down, but even if I did, I wouldn't be able to show you guys. If any of these trends come back, like try to make a comeback, please guys, don't let this happen. For the love of God, don't overdose on drugs and then record yourself and then end up getting hospitalized. It's one of the dumbest things you can do.
It is definitely up there.
The TikTok challenge that dares people to strangle themselves and escape. This challenge has been referred to as the blackout challenge, the game of choking, and speed dreaming. Even though this is public information, because this child is so young, I'm going to be referring to him as Junior. In June of this year, a young boy was found unresponsive in his room with a belt around his neck.
This was also just in the last one.
His family rushed him to the hospital where he was pronounced deceased. In an interview, Junior's family said, quote, "It wasn't until later on that we found out there was some type of video on TikTok letting kids know how to strangle yourself. But he's 7 years old, so how is he going to get out of it?" A spokesperson from TikTok has since said that the challenge has been banned from the platform. Junior's family encouraged parents to block various social media sites and educate themselves about what could be lurking behind their kid's screen. The effect of
as a parent, you have to know TikTok's not going to be
far
great for
beyond
them.
the United States. In January of this year, Italian authorities launched an investigation into the death of a 10-year-old girl who participated in the challenge. The girl was discovered by her younger sister in the bathroom. Authorities then seized the young girl's phone. In an interview, the girl's family said, quote, "We didn't know she was participating in this game. We knew that she went on TikTok for dances, to look at videos. How could someone imagine this atrocity?" Italy's data protection agency even filed a lawsuit against TikTok in December of 2020. This lawsuit alleges a, quote, "lack of attention to the protection of minors," and it criticizes the ease in which young children could sign up and use the app. These are just 2 of the several kids that have passed away after participating in this dangerous TikTok trend. And this really begs the question, what dangerous TikTok challenge is going to trend next? And is TikTok even going to stop it in time, or is it going to take the lives of more kids?
Yes.
Zombie Woman is
You want to know how you solve it? Unironically, YouTube had the solution. You have YouTube Kids, where you literally can't have anything but shit for kids. Then you have normal YouTube. And then they fucked it by just still allowing kids on normal YouTube anyway. So that's how you solve it. You have TikTok for kids, and you have a TikTok that kids cannot access. And the two never collide. That's how you also get rid of all your child predators. Easy. But then again, it's hard to well, you wouldn't know people's ages on TikTok for kids, I guess. I don't know how you'd enforce it. Right, we're prototyping right now in the lab. I'm still coming up with the solutions. Thanks to the resub Roston and the gift sub Mr. Asian. Require an ID to sign up? Yeah, but kids don't have an ID. What are they gonna give me? Their fucking Roblox username? Yeah, it'd be tough. How would you enforce it? A biometric scan? I don't know what the fuck you'd do. Social Security? That'd be good, because that solves 2 problems. Not many people want to give up their Social Security number, so then TikTok dies, and that's a net positive overall, too. So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could do SSN. Thanks to the resub. Necreus, Genix, and Roston. And the 5 gift subs, Cyaxis. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Stanley. In part 1, we spoke about a woman in Seattle, Washington who was clearly in distress. Many of you were telling me in the comments that the woman in the video is a woman by the name of Marilyn Stanley. At first, I thought so too, but after more research, these 2 cases are actually completely separate. These are not the same people. The Marilyn Stanley case took place in Kentucky in 2017, and she was not recorded by anyone. The story goes that this woman was in an abusive relationship with her then boyfriend, named Zachary. Throughout the relationship, he would beat her, and she didn't leave because he threatened to kill her if she tried. Eventually, she was over at his house, and out of nowhere, he punched her repeatedly in the face. She sobbed and said, "Why are you doing this?" And he said it was because of a Facebook post. She was tagged in a post by some random guy, and Zachary ended up seeing that. But the guy wasn't so random. Marilyn actually went to the park with her son and her female friend. That random guy just so happened to be a friend of her female friend, and he just came up saying hi, you know. I guess they ended up taking a group picture where then he tagged her. He dragged her to his bedroom and continued beating her. Then his pit bull came and bit half of Marilyn's ear off. She blacked out and woke up to Zachary smirking, and he said, "Look at you. You're bald. Now nobody's gonna want you. Go look at yourself in the mirror." She describes going to the mirror, but, you know, only seeing her bloody head. Didn't think much of it at the time. I mean, the adrenaline in you, and you just want to escape. He then continued beating her for another 2 hours straight. And this dude had the audacity to drop her off at her mom's house so her mom could see her. And then he just drove off. So then her mom drove her to the hospital, gonna call the police now. And Zachary, he ended up blaming the scalping on his dog. But detectives were able to find out that the knife he used had scalp on it. So it was obviously him that did that to her to make sure that she wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend in the future. And sadly, the pit bull was euthanized. This idiot ended up getting 20 years in prison, which, bro, honestly, I think we can all agree he deserves a lot more. And sadly, Marilyn has to wear wigs now since she cannot grow hair at the top of her head anymore.
God damn.
TikTok helped identify an Appalachian Trail killer.
Because that video looked like it was like makeup or something. I thought it was like from like a horror set.
Flowers Don't Growl.
Holy shit.
Went camping with her boyfriend at Fall Creek Falls in Tennessee. Taylor was just 5 months pregnant at the time and expected her boyfriend Chris to propose, so she heavily documented their trip. The morning after they arrived, most of the nearby campers left and they were left isolated on the campgrounds. That night, they heard a large boom and went to investigate. It ended up being a car crash about a half a mile away. They just went over and made sure that everyone was okay, and after police arrived, they made their trek back to their campsite. Ahead of them, they saw a man with a flashlight sprinting to the bathroom. They joked about it and assumed that this guy just really had to use the bathroom. However, instead of going into the bathroom, he just stopped, turned around, and started staring at the couple. He then said, quote, "Wow, you guys are fast." Chris thought he was referring to how quickly they got to the crash and responded that they just wanted to make sure that everyone was safe. At this point, Taylor and Chris were just really confused and wondering why this creepy man had a weird smile across his face. They wanted to get out of the situation, so they just said they had to get back to their campsite because police were waiting there for a statement from them. They attempted to walk past him, but the man just kept moving towards them and playing with something in his hoodie pocket. This is where things got really scary and intense for them. The man said, quote, "Car accident? It got me thinking about when I was hiking and past these flowers. I stopped as they were beautiful and I heard deep growls and it scared me. And it made me think, you know, you never know what day is going to be your last." This is when Taylor finally saw the outline of what the man was playing with in his pocket. It was a knife. She told Chris to run and screamed, quote, "Flowers don't growl," hence her TikTok name now. She and her boyfriend took off and the man started chasing them. They ran back to the crash site where luckily officers were still on the scene. The man must have been scared by the police lights because he just eventually wandered off and faded into the darkness. An officer accompanied them back to their campsite so they could gather their belongings and get the heck out of there. A whole year went by and there was no word from authorities on who this mysterious man was and why he tried to kill them. So Taylor went to TikTok to post her story and share her terrifying experience. Her videos went viral, and Taylor learned not only the identity of the man, but the fact that he had killed someone just 2 weeks after they had crossed paths. A month after Taylor and Chris's scare in May of 2019, Ronald S. Sanchez Jr. hiked the Appalachian Trail. On the 10th, just 2 weeks after Taylor and Chris were nearly killed, Ronald made it to Southwest Virginia. This is where Ronald ran into the man that attempted to murder Taylor and Chris, who was later identified as James L. Jordan. Ronald managed to send an emergency signal via his GPS device just before James Jordan fatally stabbed him. A Canadian woman nearby was also stabbed and managed to survive by playing dead. She then ran back to meet the other hikers and made a 6-mile trek to safety with them. In April of 2021, James Jordan was found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Devious lick trend. The devious...
What? I actually just read something the other day that when you plead insanity, it's actually worse for you. Thanks to the resub, Hot Dog, Limbo, and 130. What was that dude's name? James what? Oh, my fucking searches are all fucked up now. It's just putting bone trafficking at the end of everything I Google. What was it? Not James Corden. The fuck was it? I was reading that, like, if you plead insane, it is significantly worse. Then you're just confined to a mental institution for, like, your entire life with no chance of parole or anything or some shit like that. James L. Jordan? Is that it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so he's not free. He's still in federal custody. That's what I just wanted to say. Though there is that, we even went over this on stream a while back. Do you guys remember, I think it was in Canada, there was that guy on a bus who out of nowhere grabbed a knife and stabbed a passenger. I think he ripped his head off, like cut his head off, and ate his eyeballs while everyone else on the bus watched. Because they got off the bus, he just out of nowhere started stabbing some random passenger. They all got off the bus, and he just sat there in the bus and ate the dude's eyeball. That guy only spent, I think it was 5 years in jail, and then was let go. He's completely free, he changed his name, and now he works a normal job. He's just back in general pop. No, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't anything like that. He pleaded insanity. And I guess after 5 years, they said he was good. No, that's real. What the fuck was his name? We're kind of going back in time because we already did this, but let me look it up again. The killing of Tim McLean. But who's the killer? Vince Lee. Oh, the man formerly known as Vince Lee. Vince Lee was found not criminally responsible in the killing of Tim McLean. Bro, I don't know who he hired in court. He must have got Saul fucking Goodman. He was found not criminally responsible for the beheading and consumption of Tim McLean. So he was discharged in 2017 and changed his name, and he's back to business as usual. Fucking wild. He spent 7 years, though. It was 7 years, not 5. God damn. Wasn't drugs. Apparently, they said that he had untreated schizophrenia. That's what his legal defense said. Whether or not that's true, I mean, that's up to whatever you want to believe. But after spending 7 years institutionalized, they deemed him safe to be put back into, like, general pop. So he went to independent living. From independent living, he changed his name, and now he's just full-blown, like, back to being a citizen. Though even the people that discharged him have said, I'm concerned about a relapse. So the man ate someone. Yeah. Not only did he eat someone, he ate, like, the worst part of someone. He ate a fucking eyeball. You know, like, push comes to shove, you and me, we're trapped on, like, a mountaintop, we're running out of food. The first thing I'm eating from you is not going to be your eyeball. I'd start with something that looks a little familiar, like maybe, like, your leg or something, like nibble on your calf. I would not start with an eyeball. Thanks to the resub. Bob, Lunar, and Straight Up. And the Prime Sinister.
This lick trend is the most recent trend that I'm going to be talking about, and it's so recent in fact that it's happening as this video is going to be uploaded. In case you don't know, hitting a lick means robbing someone or robbing a certain place. Shout out to GTA for teaching me that. Basically, high schoolers are stealing things from their school, bringing it home, and posting it on TikTok like it's some sort of achievement. At first, they were stealing things like the clock in the classroom wall, calculators, expo markers, but as time went on, kids began stealing things of way more value. Why? For shock humor and TikTok likes. They have stolen things like water fountains, fire extinguishers, bathroom mirrors, security cameras, hand sanitizer dispensers, toilets, and so much more. Not only this, but kids began like just basically destroying the inside of their bathrooms, just making it a living hell for all of the staff and janitors. This trend has actually forced schools to remove the bathroom doors, go on lockdown, make announcements, and overall just super glue everything to their facilities. It's fucking dumb. I'm just kidding. That last part was a joke. They don't have to super glue. I don't know how vandalizing and committing theft is a trend now, and especially the fact that you snitch on yourself when you post about it. You know, we only have 3 months left in 2021, and I won't be surprised if there's one more stupid trend just squeezed in there, maybe even 2, but I won't be surprised if we get one more stupid trend by the time this year ends.
TikTok user Frey Todoroki. A Brazilian TikToker who goes by Freya conspired with 2 friends to kill a girl. I'm really sorry if I slaughter the pronunciation of any of these names in this story. 19-year-old Raíssa Borges wanted to know if she was a psychopath. To test this theory, she conspired with 18-year-old Freya and 22-year-old Jefferson to kill a petite person that couldn't fight back. They made a list of 3 possible victims, eventually settling on 18-year-old Ariane Laureano.
That's what they decided to test.
On August 24th,
their
the group
psychopath
invited
nature
Ariane
with
into the woods to hang out. Ariane texted her mom that she was hanging out with friends and she'd be coming home shortly. However, Ariane never returned home and her mother never saw her alive again. The group planned the murder in great detail beforehand. They decided that after they were all in the car, they would start playing a specific song about murder. During the song, one of the teens then snapped their fingers, and that was the cue for Raíssa to attack Ariane. Raíssa then started to strangle Ariane, but ultimately couldn't kill her alone. That's when Freya and Jefferson joined in. As Ariane passed out, they stabbed her 3 times to make sure that she was gone. The group then disposed of her body in the woods and fled. Ariane's body was discovered a week later on the 31st after reports of a foul odor came to authorities. On September 16th, authorities arrested Raíssa, Freya, and Jefferson, and this case is still ongoing.
Hopefully it ends with
if you guys
life
enjoyed
in prison.
The video, make sure to leave a like, and if you're not subscribed,
if you want to know if you're a psychopath, just do what normal people do. See if you like Overwatch.
Also, don't forget to subscribe to Cam. She makes amazing content, and I'm sure if you guys enjoy my videos, you're gonna love her videos. Make sure to go check out her link.
I never heard of that story.
And also shout out to Papa Gut for educating me on the Gemini and Daniel Larson situations. And as for the iceberg videos, I am gonna continue making them, but I don't want my channel to be an iceberg channel. So you guys, I hope you guys can watch my cartoon episodes that traumatize children. I make morbid videos. I say it every time, but I want you guys to realize that and just don't subscribe to me because iceberg guy.
That was good though. Those were good icebergs. I had heard of a decent bit of them, but not a ton. Especially not that last one. I feel like that one would have been bigger news. Maybe it was and I missed it. Because apparently I missed quite a few big ones. Thanks to give sub Binchy and the Prime Villain and resub Jack. No, I got the Andrew files right here. I was gonna watch that later. I don't know anything about this, but it's apparently pretty crazy. The Five Nights at Freddy's iceberg. Bro, what the fuck? Why would I want to watch The Five Nights at Freddy's iceberg? The Back Room. Didn't we watch that? What about Theranos? Theranos was kind of nutty. I learned about Theranos from stream. This thing is a pretty crazy story. You guys might remember I think it was probably almost 2 years ago, we learned about Theranos and Elizabeth Holmes. So basically she created this magical medical device where if you give it a drop of blood, it'll tell you everything from your IQ to any disease you might potentially have, all a bunch of bullshit. But she got billions and billions of dollars in investment to this product in her company. I think it was like one of the biggest things, like literally ever, without even hitting the market with how much investment it got. And then it hits the market. Shortly after, someone blows the whistle that Elizabeth Holmes, the mind behind it, knew that it didn't work. And people were getting wrongfully diagnosed with shit they didn't have. So people were getting told they had all kinds of diseases, and then they're going to get treated for diseases they don't have based on a faulty system sold by Theranos. And eventually she went to trial, and she got pregnant, so that way she could postpone the trial. And it finally happened, what, like 2 weeks ago or something? I don't remember. She was found guilty on 4 charges of defrauding investors, not the additional 9 charges of wrongfully and knowingly misdiagnosing patients. And she faces up to 20 years in jail. Deep voice lady? Yeah, she fakes a deep voice. It's pretty cute. Apparently the reason she fakes a deep voice is because she thought it would command more respect from investors. Thanks to the resub hot chocolate and wet blanket. We learned about it 5 months ago. No fucking way. It had to be longer than that. Thanks to the Prime Yozorosa. Or Yozora. She's a massive loser. Yeah. She came from a super wealthy family because her dad was also a very reputable scam artist. He was on the, I think he was the vice president of Enron. Or I think it was Enron. So it was in her blood. Like, she was born to scam. Thanks to the resub, Jerry. And the tier 1 Kodiak. Just like Dan Bilzerian. Hey, man. In Dan Bilzerian's defense, he never says that he doesn't pay the women for sex. So you can't say he's scamming kids. He's just a little loose with the truth. Thanks for the gift sub. Juvia. We already watched all of To Catch a Predator. Yeah, we can do the Andrew files next. Let me fill up my water real quick, though. I haven't had water in a little bit. I'm getting thirsty. I'll be right back. And thanks to the resub Moose. And thanks to the bits Pyrox. Appreciate it, man. The hardest, easiest game. Maybe in a second. I'm fucking back. Thanks for the resub, Zach. Most fucked up film you've seen? Thanks to the Prime Mooney. I mean, everyone it usually says, like, shock movies, like Serbian film and shit. I think the most fucked up actual movie that wanted to be more than just shock for the sake of shock would be Martyrs. 2008 Martyrs. Thanks to the resub, Lexa. Alright, let's check out these Andrew files.
Let me preface this by saying, what you are about to watch is no run-of-the-mill Roblox developer dating a 15-year-old girl and being inappropriate.
There's run-of-the-mill
could very well be some of the most disgusting,
situations like this,
vile footage you have ever seen. I'll be sure to warn you when really bad things are coming.
That's a bold claim. I've seen some fucking horrible shit, my man. I've seen some awful... Have you ever heard of cake farts? I've seen some shit. Even just today, I rewatched that video of Brassigans pissing on that man's face. I've seen some wacky stuff.
But for now,
Blue Waffle.
Enjoy the video.
2 girls, 1 cup is too casual. Damn, this is edited like like it's gonna be like the scariest thing of all time.
So I'm gonna take a look at both of the kind of personas Andrew has,
and
then after this, I'm gonna do a more quick information dump as well as delving into the evidence that I have against Andrew for his behavior. So first of all, Andrew, also known as II, is the developer for the Roblox group Bribbleco. They've made games such as Cleaning Simulator, Super Cube Cavern, and a few other games, as well as Andrew having been a part of various other small micro games like Grab the Child or Grab the Children or something, some crazy game like that.
That sounds like a hit.
As having roughly 1.9 million visits on his current account. And I'm not shitting you, bro. When he got banned in 2019 on his original account, ma_bucket, his justification for why he made a bunch of random alt accounts purely to upload NSFW content is because it helped him work better. I know for a fact.
Can I read this? Let's see. Using them to upload shocking and inappropriate images just to get the accounts banned. Okay. All right. This brings me to my next question. Why do kids want to play a game called Cleaning Simulator? Like, you little bastards, just go do chores in real life. Like, why fucking, like, pretend to do chores? Just go actually get a mop or some shit. Help your friends out. Or help your family out. Or your friends, too, I guess.
Him saying, I don't know why I did it, I just enjoyed it, is because he has some sort of freaky corruption fetish or something. Disregarding that, though, he is close friends with users such as Z Kevin, who is actually technically his boss, and he gets most of his earnings from
as part of
developing in the group. They've been friends for as long as about 6 years, as far as I know, and essentially, he's also been a part of making a goth IHOP Roblox game. And later on, you'll see this is actually how I found out who he really was, by pure chance. So there's that. So, as for his other account, Lunar Cheesecake, he has been uploading and drawing furry pornography for the better...
What even... I kind of want to see the uncensored version here. What is this? A Galactus-sized cat spreading its ass on Earth? What the fuck is the point? I can't even make out what that would possibly be.
Part of at least 4 years. And his behavior has actually continued on to his alt account, also known as Zorny Cheese. And you'll see towards the end of the video where all these connections are drawn. Essentially, he is outed himself as a zoophile multiple times. Here's a screenshot of that.
Well, stop, I want to read. Let's not... I'm trying to get fucking invested in the lore here. I'm trying to read. Ah. Well, I kind of already regretting that. Damn. Well then. He's going to be retweeting and liking animal porn. The fact that he can even do that on Twitter blows my goddamn mind. People called me crazy when I said that people like this exist on Twitter and are very open about it. I remember Hassan in particular was like, Charlie, that kind of shit doesn't exist. And I was like, yes, it does. This was in DMs. And then like 6 months later, he's like, Charlie, you were right. And I rubbed that shit right in his face. I was like, I fucking told you. Like, they are growing on Twitter, and they have been for like a year and a half. Like, they don't get punished for it. It's a literal crime.
Is also openly a quote-unquote map or a minor attracted person, which is a very nice way to call someone a pedophile. He also has many instances on his account of very, very poor behavior, as well as liking various instances of essentially furry children in very not safe for work environments on both accounts.
Thanks, Prime.
So these screenshots aren't from me. They're from my friend who I won't name without his permission. Because first of all, his account is pretty secret. He's worked his way into this community. But also because I don't want any of these people running away and being able to hide themselves, because these accounts are all private. And we're able to follow them and get access to who follows them and their screenshots. And
Jesus, the soundtrack's going crazy.
So, with that out of the way, let's just get into some of the evidence, and you guys will really see why this guy is probably one of the worst Roblox predators of all time. Oh, and before we really get into the evidence, if you have any instances where you want to come forward with instances of this guy sexually abusing you or someone you know, please contact the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children or law enforcement or both. What this guy has done is extremely illegal, and I guarantee you the victim that will be shown here is not the only person he's done it to. So just keep that in mind, and thank you very much in advance.
Using this music is really taking away from the actual message here. It makes it sound goofy when it's actually serious.
Is a Roblox developer who has been basically harassing children and encouraging illegal acts from these kids over the course of the past few years. And he's been able to get away because
why the circus music?
Separate personas. One of them
the
being
fucking Tom and Jerry soundtrack.
And the other one being his other persona. And I was able to connect the dots with the help of some friends that I will not name without their consent. By the way, for anyone wondering, this account that we're using is no longer in use by the person who used it. Plus, the name and profile picture have all been changed. So this is completely different from when it was originally used.
It's another tab. No, it's not, man. What do you think I am watching on my other tab where I'd be listening to fucking Psychonauts fucking Meat Circus soundtrack? No, it's in the video. It's just very off music here. I don't know why. For like a serious topic, it would be his backing track, that Grant Kirkhope's Banjo-Kazooie OST.
See here that the victim was not the one that reached out to Cheesecake. Cheesecake, in fact, was the one that reached to us. And as you scroll down through these chat logs, you see immediately felony number 1.
Hey, thanks to the reset
distribution of pornography to minors. Immediately, regardless of it being a drawing or whatever, already committed a felony here. Rather than being like, oh,
that is correct.
18, I can't really do this. It's just immediate breaking the law. Another felony, same thing.
This is, I can't see over the explosion.
And as we scroll down,
this is Prob's the best dick I've drawn. Nice cock. Damn, that's good. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ.
You'll see them continuing to talk to each other, saying, oh, by the way, if it's not a weird question, do you mind me asking how old you are?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Alrighty, cool. Yeah, you're just 14, no big deal. And then it just goes to, sorry for not telling you my age before I followed you. By the way, I know people make a big deal over minors following NSFW accounts. It's fine, dude. I mean, I don't actually mind.
Oh.
People make a big deal about it, but we're all just weird, horny weirdos on the internet. So, that's a little bit weird. That being said, I also kind of find younger dudes super cute. In like a pedo way or what? Because out of context, that's kind of odd. Which is kind of ironic coming from this kid because the subject here is...
Even the kid's like, yep, this guy's a pedophile.
Kind of way. Sorry, I don't know how to say that in a way that isn't odd.
Holy shit. And this guy's not, like, banned from Roblox at the very least? He's still developing cleaning simulator updates?
Later on in the conversation, we can see that their relationship begins to develop. About 7 days later, Not gonna lie, I was actually starting to develop a small crush on you. I mean, goodness, pulls collar, same. Even without the luge, you're such a nice person. Yeah, you were nice to me, and you always seemed like you wanted to talk to me, and not because you were trying to be nice. There we go. I came while thinking about my boyfriend!
What is What is going on with the edits?
And so it begins. A rabbit hole of
what are these edits?
Disgusting,
Jesus Christ!
Where only later in that day was another felony committed where he sent nude photos of himself to this kid.
Oh,
and
Jesus.
This gradually just got worse and really peaked in about October of 2000. Misdemeanor conspiring to travel.
Oh my god. Stop with the explosions! These are real crimes! And he's treating it like it's a fucking meme video. If this was anything else, I'd be like, damn, the editing's fucking stellar. Alright, so the dude has committed a lot of actual crimes already, and we're 7 minutes in. Damn, this is even worse than the other guy from People Make Games video. This guy's just like blatant. Master Chef Editor. Yeah, true.
And if you haven't been convinced yet, the smoking gun. Well, at least one of them. But this is him. This is the picture I've been using for the entire damn video. In this Discord chat. No, this is not a fake persona. This is a chat that went on for like 4 months.
Thanks for 5 gift subs, I appreciate it,
clearly, if
man.
anyone was having the fake persona, it would be the victim in question, although that wasn't the case, unfortunately. And now, for one of the most blood-boiling, horrible things I have ever read, and probably you as well. I do not like trigger warnings, but by God, I'm putting one here. If you do not want to see this, skip to this time segment. What you see here is Lunar Cheesecake encouraging this 14-year-old who has already done this to further sexually assault and grope their 10-year-old brother, as well as admitting that Andrew had done the same to his fucking little sister more than once. Are you serious? How the fuck is it fun and harmless? What is wrong with this motherfucker? Oh my god, and it gets fucking worse.
This is a lot more intense than I thought it would be. Holy shit. Oh my god. And this guy's not banned on Roblox? I mean, he's already used like the DEFCON nuclear alert air raid siren sound effects to warn us. I don't know how it could possibly get worse. I need to look this guy up. What was his Roblox name again? I just searched the cleaning simulator Roblox, hoping to find him that way. But it didn't work. Let me try something else. Oh, Z Kevin was his friend, right? Z Kevin was his friend. I can find him here. No, I still can't find him here. He's banned on both accounts, and most games that used his assets have removed them. Well, that's good news. Thanks for some Fangirl and Dirty Dan. What about like an actual criminal case if all of this is accurate? What the fuck was his name? Oh, I. That's right. Oh, Ma Bucket. Oh, he even found himself in the Roblox Hall of Shame. They got him. This is pre-termination and then Jesus. Before, after. Or wait, what? Pre-termination and then before. So these are both pre-termination? Well, how about like the mugshot of after with him like behind bars? Alright. So this was in 2020? Oh, no, this must have just been because of all of this. Oh, wait, no. Here it is. I didn't read this part. Damn, he made a lot of games. Yeah, grab the child. Not a big write-up here. They did 8.2 million visits to his profile. Alright. There's a tier 1 bulk. And you said his games did get removed? There's a gift sub to Mimi. Yes. Okay. Well, that's good at least.
Talking about how don't start while he's asleep. Don't stop if he wakes up. I doubt he'll talk about it. Rape victims don't usually talk about it either. This motherfucker, things don't usually make my blood boil. I'm reading a lot of this stuff.
This guy is really fucking bad.
Oh my god, what I am doing right now is raw emotion. This is what I am feeling right now. I'm not acting this. I am fucking pissed. It doesn't fucking end. 8 years old. 8! Are you serious?
The YouTuber here is making this whole situation super weird with the music and the whole atmosphere here. But the guy is real scum. This is a lot worse than I thought it would be. I thought this was gonna be kind of goofy. It's really not goofy. Thanks to the Prime Schmoody. Why is the volcano erupting? I guess it's symbolic of his anger. I don't know, man. Thanks to tier 1 Beetle Bailey and the Prime Rymat. This all started with Roblox lawsuit against Ruben, man. All this shit's coming out now, I guess. Finally, people are willing to talk about all the horrible shit going on Roblox. It's fucking nuts, man. Yeah, I don't even know if it's really worth finishing. I think I've got the gist. I don't need to see more of the awful shit this guy said. I'm convinced. Unless there's more than just screenshots where, like, he's talked about this shit or something, or said, like, that didn't actually happen. I don't know. My brother was on the account. He's a tier 1 vid hell. And there was a follow-up yesterday. And this says this Andrew's sister is safe. Does that mean that he's actually being investigated, like, by authorities or just by the Roblox wiki team? Fuck. Thanks to Prime Soup in round. You going to bed? I'll come say goodnight in a sec. Thanks to Resub Equinoxa. And the resub shift. No one knows. I just want to know if he's actually being, like, officially investigated. I've seen that thing from Vice. Thank you for the big 10 gift subs, Dev. Thank you, man. I appreciate the generosity. He is. And they notified his mother. Okay, well that's good news then. Let's give some sex. Did he actually do something, or was it all just the chat? He sent nudes, and then a bunch of face shots connecting him to the nudes. So at the very least, there's that. To someone claiming to be 14, and then encouraging him to rape his brother. But yeah, like if the Discord messages were fake, the nude photos probably weren't. They were all censored, so who knows? I didn't see his cock or anything. Here's the Prime Seagull and Click. And the resub nasty. At least there's authorities investigating. Hopefully. Thanks to the gift sub sacks. Still trying to save video game online servers from shutting down. Let's not spin it as something more noble than it was. I just wanted to hold it hostage for fun. And yeah, but apparently they're not doing it the way they used to. They're just literally shutting it down. So even me just being on, I just get kicked off. Thanks for the bits, Somni. Bad mansions? Yeah, name one. Give me one to look at. Thanks for resub, big man. The coldest case ever solved. Yeah. We should look up Enron, the biggest fraud in history. I already know a lot about Enron, though. Thanks a Prime Lane. And the bits. Dragon. Thank you, man. Ooh. Things people get wrong about Stan Lee. Is this an interesting video? Is it his love for NFTs? These are the Prime Bunko and Stragi. Thanks for resub, Tony. And Flames. Alright, let's see what I get wrong about Stan Lee.
Nerds have all sorts of visionary creators they look up to that not only change the landscape of pop culture, but global culture as a whole. I'm talking about titans like Shigeru Miyamoto, George Lucas, Hayao Miyazaki, and of course, the iconic Stan Lee. But for a large swath of folks, they pretty much only recognize Stan as that guy that's in all of the Marvel movies.
That's Stan Lee! He invented comics.
Today I want to discuss a lot of the common misconceptions and misunderstandings about Stan Lee, his life, and his work. Because it's pretty clear that when his name is evoked around the internet, a lot of folks don't really know anything about him. Stan Lee entered the comic book industry at the age of 17 and lived to be almost 100 years old. And having been rich and famous since his early 20s, this allowed him to live an extremely unique life that's been misconstrued and contradicted, many times by Lee himself. So join me as I try to untangle this complicated web as we dive into what people get wrong about Stan Lee.
Thanks, Chad.
But you know what? If there's one thing that Stan Lee really liked, it's making money. So it's in the spirit of things to include a sponsor for today's video.
Dragon. Thank you, man.
So big thank you to Trade Coffee. Absolutely exception out of the 1920s. Stan wanted to be a writer for most of his life and didn't initially think too much about comic books or even know what they were all about. So when he got a job at Timely Comics, who would eventually turn into Marvel Comics, Stan wrote under his pen name in hopes of saving his real one for when he became a more serious writer.
It could have been the next
Tolkien. He had his name legally changed to Stan Lee in 1970 since his pen name became so well known that it caused issues with things like using credit cards and booking hotels. Sometimes stuff would be under Lee, and sometimes it would be under Lieber. It became a big mess from time to time. Now, even though Stan Lee was the most common name that he wrote under, it wasn't his only pen name. In order to make the company's staff look bigger than it actually was, Stan actually wrote under other aliases like Neil Natz, S.T. Anley, and Stan Martin. This ties into another big misconception about Lee's life. Yeah, a lot of people think that he actually made Marvel itself, which is just plain untrue.
Kirby did, right?
The company was actually started by his cousin's husband, Martin Goodman.
Nope, I'm wrong.
Originally starting out as a company called Newsstand Publications, Goodman published all sorts of books. This business would pivot towards comics, though, after the success of their book, Marvel Comics #1, which introduced the world to characters like Namor the Submariner.
Yeah, I don't think I care too much about the Stan Lee origin, to be honest. I like what he made, but I don't think I'm super interested in learning what people get wrong about him. He's a Prime Fancy. I don't think I could even watch the woman who uses moose poop for art on Twitch. I'm sure they'd have a problem with just actual shit being displayed on Twitch. Thanks, the anonymous bits again, man. He's a prime blue. And the bits binchy. Six crocodile encounters you should avoid watching. Why? What? That sounds boring. Thanks for the bits, T-Pants. I hear you clean up the mean streets of Reddit. What? What does that mean? Is that like a video suggestion, or what the fuck are you talking about? Thanks for the bits again, Lee. Skateboard deadlifts. Cool. That sounds awesome. Thanks for the Prime. Bora and Shark. 525 pound skateboard deadlift. Whoa! Nah, I'm not impressed. Now do this on ice. Then you'll have my respect. God damn. Someone's gonna die like that? Well, it's not exactly how you're supposed to do deadlifts. It's just one guy doing it. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's a professional. Thanks to tier 1 random and the resub David. Huh? Okay, hold on, I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec. What? Hey. Thanks to the resub Puminator and Banana Man. And the gift sub Rendezvous. And resub Occultus and Bread. And the bits Gunix. And the resub Cookie Dude. Watch the Great Spider-Man Suit Heist. Thanks to the bits Sam.
Oh my goodness, you are absolutely gonna love this tale. At least I hope so. It's got it all. Big budget superhero movies, theft, betrayal, a surprise twist ending.
Can't be.
It's got those 4 things and maybe 1 or 2 more things in addition to
Jesus,
those things.
I'm gonna come.
This is the story.
This has everything.
Great Spider-Man suit heist. Allow me to paint a mental picture. With images, this is a video. The year was 2001. Filming was soon to begin on Sam Raimi's much anticipated Spider-Man #1 original Spider-Man origin movie. And things were moving along at a cracking pace, with principal photography beginning in January, things set to wrap up in June. This was to be one of the most expensive comic book movies of all time. Certainly Marvel's most costly endeavor, with a budget coming in at $139 million, excluding an astronomical marketing budget. Columbia Pictures, a subsidiary of Sony, were pulling out all the stops. Just a huge swing for the fences. The biggest sets, the flashiest CGI, the most upside down of kisses.
I need to rewatch
the stunts,
this.
The casting, the dieting/exercise combination, the fight choreography, the costuming. My goodness. And speaking of, a huge proportion of the budget was allocated
first grade
to perfecting
in Snowstorm.
that Spider-Man look. Not to reinvent the imagery, but to simply translate that comic book look into live action as faithfully as possible without it looking hokey. Easier said than done, of course, which is why every iconic Spider-Man design from over the decades was studied, with hundreds of concept pieces created, including a motorcycle-style helmet that opened in the middle before a near-final look was settled upon. The process of actually bringing it to life.
I bet the movie's aged pretty well.
Of form-fitting suits using full-body casts.
I remember it being really good.
Tobey Maguire and the stunt performers. This included both the head and hands, made all the more daunting for Maguire, who suffered from claustrophobia. So much so that when his body casting was underway, he began to black out and was quickly lowered to the floor with the heavy plaster bandages swiftly removed. He ended up taking one of the suits home to help acclimatize his body and mind for the lengthy shoot ahead. Foam muscles were also built.
Prime Toby kind of ripped.
And set slightly apart under the suit to create an added consistency to the musculature, plus a little bit more bulk to the character. But not too much bulk. This is Spider-Man, not bloody Spider-Man, am I right? Am I right, everyone? This padding ended up becoming visible when the suit was stretched tightly over it. So despite being mostly invisible, the muscles needed to be painted the same color as the part of the suit they rested under. The silk screening printing process enabled a richness of texture and color.
No, look at the Zamboni in a minute.
You can now stretch the material and it would not wash out as it flexed and elongated as the color was embedded throughout the entirety of the fiber. A total of 147 screens were used.
Whoa, here's something a little interesting. Back in 2019, I sold 3D assets to Andrew for him to use in his games, so he really didn't even make his own shit. He was also creepy as fuck and I hated him. He's talking about the Roblox pedophile we just learned about. Interesting. I can't believe people like buy and sell Roblox assets. I imagine it'd be pretty easy to just like make it themselves, right? Damn.
Suit with the outer pattern printed to replicate the musculature of the human body, giving the whole thing even more
Not
definition.
Andrew Garfield.
Hand sculpted Oakley
yeah,
lenses
not
were
Garfield.
used for the eyepieces also. Originally these were attached to the headpiece, but due to heat and sweat, they would quickly fog up on the inside, requiring the whole headpiece to be removed, the lenses wiped clean, and then the whole thing placed back on. The solution ended up being removable lenses, which have been employed on pretty much every Spider-Man suit since. Raised computer cut webbing was then added to give the whole thing a 3D look, and a hard helmet-like shell was placed under the mask to keep a consistent head shape no matter whom was in the suit. And the result? Fantastic. Both for the time and now. It instantly became one of the most iconic superhero costumes of all time. But at a cost! Not like a metaphorical cost, a literal cost. Money. Cash. The production ended up burning through 60 suits over the shoot, many in various states of disrepair, as Spider-Man gets beat up quite a bit at the end of that movie. It's kind of crazy. Is this a kid's movie? But get this. Each individual suit cost $50,000 US dollars. So by that calculation, at minimum, that's $3 million for the Spider-Man suits alone. But realistically, probably more. And wouldn't you know it?
To be fair, 50K is like a single Louis Vuitton purse now.
Very expensive suits went missing. We've just miscounted. The production team probably originally thought Perhaps Tobey Maguire forgot to take one off at the end of the day and just strolled out the door. Or perhaps it was like that fable of the factory owner who knew that this particular employee of theirs was stealing, but after watching him every night for months, he only ever left with his empty wheelbarrow. Surprise! Turns out he was stealing wheelbarrows. It's not a real story. It's like a fairy tale about how to steal wheelbarrows. Anyway, it was none of that. The suits were tallied up, and those 4 were deemed definitively stolen.
Oh.
Seems as though were taken from a locked building inside the Sony lot. There was only one plausible
Willem
scenario.
Dafoe.
It was an inside job, but nobody saw anything, or nobody was talking. Either way, Sony did not take the theft lightly and offered up a public reward for $25,000 for the safe return of these items. Considering they were worth $200,000 in total, this seemed like a wise investment on Sony's behalf. A spokesman for the company officially stated at the time, "We consider these
they'd be hard to sell too,
and we hope this reward will help get them back." Filming continued. Local police began to follow up on any and all potential leads.
Well, like, who are you gonna fucking sell a suit to for 50 grand?
They had gone to ground. But surely something had to give. Unless they were an avid collector of movie memorabilia, they'd have to at least attempt to sell them at some point in the near future. No matter how much you liked Spider-Man, you don't need 4 costumes, and you'd at the very least try to turn a profit. I mean, if it was me, I'd sell 2, ruin 1 by stretching it over my non-2001 Tobey Maguire body, and keep the last in pristine condition. These suits are like diamonds also, in the sense that you can't just sell them on the open market. You get immediately sprung. You need to have proper channels at the very least. And if you're smart, you'd go through a private collector. eBay was a thing back then.
The volume is maxed, and it is literally maxed on OBS as well. There's nothing I can do. This video is quiet compared to all the other ones. I can click on any other video, and it's louder. It is just that video. Oh, bad example. Wait, this guy recorded it on a camcorder. Hold on. Bad example.
If yourself, let's get started with the video.
Like, there's nothing I can do when the video itself is recorded poorly. I can't do anything about that. I wish people could realize it. It is maxed on both YouTube and OBS. It's just, this is recorded poorly.
No, there's no time for sponsorship. This is where things heat up. Executive Director of Security Operations at Sony, Mike Moser, spoke out saying, "This was like a Hollywood whodunit. We received so many tips and false leads that took us to several different continents, but it was worth it in the end. Because, fast forward a year to June of 2002.
Is it Tier 1 Cruise?
If you need some added context for the era that we're in. Without Me, Eminem, Hot in Here, Nelly.
Oh God, that was such a good song.
Cheryl Crow. Complicated, Avril Lavigne.
Oh, Prime Avril Lavigne, let's go.
I don't know that one. But look, Spider-Man comes out and it's a monster hit, quickly becoming the biggest comic book movie of all time, with a record-breaking 100 million US opening weekend, as well as becoming the 6th highest grossing comic book movie ever adjusted for inflation. If you were the person who had the suits, you'd probably think at this point you're in the clear. The studio's focusing on a sequel, they're absolutely besotted with their own success. The cops don't know nothing, and Tobey Maguire is running amok in that celebrity poker scene. You know the one. Eventually having his allegedly terrible antics replicated in the film Molly's Game, as portrayed by actor Michael Cera. That's true, look it up. Then, in September of 2002,
yeah, apparently people hated working with Tobey Maguire.
Of one Jeffrey Glenn Gustafson spoke up. In September of the previous year, her now ex-husband filed for divorce at the Stanley Mosque Courthouse, Los Angeles. Yes, I found the documentation. The internet's amazing and terrifying. I shouldn't have found this. She came forward with new and seemingly valid information concerning the suits, also inquiring about that reward. Turns out that her ex-husband, Jeffrey Glenn Gustafson, aged 35, had worked as a security guard at Sony Pictures Entertainment. Culver City Police served search warrants at both his Los Angeles residence and a location in New York, the second of which being where 3 of the pilfered Spider-Man suits were recovered. The 3 suits found in NYC were said to be bought from both Gustafsson and another man, Robert Hughes, aged 34. Turns out, and you've probably figured this by now, these guys did it. Well, mostly the Gustafsson guy. But it doesn't end there. The 4th suit was traced to a collector in Japan. I mean, of course it was. Japanese Spider-Man. You kidding me? It's incredible. Caravan of Garbage episode.
Japanese Spider-Man slaps.
Anyways, a recovery for that suit was attempted. But also in possession of Gustafsson was a Batman Forever suit, snugly fitted to a full-sized mannequin modeled off actor Val Kilmer from the 1995 DC blockbuster. This one was said to be valued in total at $150,000 and was reported stolen in 1996. Gustafsson, it turns out, had previously worked security at Warner Brothers as well as Sony. We took this seriously from the beginning, and we were willing to invest the time and money.
Suit was better when it had nipples.
Responsible, said a spokesperson for Columbia Pictures. We have a zero-tolerance policy for theft and will pursue all violators. And that turned out to be true. Gustafsson was sentenced to 9 months in jail in May of 2003.
The Clooney Batman had nipples?
Contest to 1 felony.
Did it? Which one was Clooney in? He was in, oh, fuck, I don't remember. He was in Batman and Robin, that's what it was. Let me see. Man, I don't see any nipples on this suit. Oh, no, I do. Oh, yeah, there's the little bat nipples. It was just dark in that one picture. That's pretty cool. Right here. It has a bulge, too. Did it? Like Bible Man? God, I miss Bible Man. We should watch more Bible Man at some point. That show slaps.
Count of receiving stolen property in connection with the theft of the Spider-Man
suits.
He was also placed on a 5-year probation and ordered to pay $93,000 in restitution, including $46,000 to collector Stuart Walensky, the resident of New York who bought 3 of the suits, which were of course removed from his possession. Warner Brothers declined to comment on the nature of Gustafsson's employment or the specifics of the theft in relation to the Batman Forever suit and Val Kilmer mannequin. It was never proven Gustafsson stole that suit, so hence he was never charged for it. His co-defendant, Robert Hughes, also pleaded no contest to a misdemeanor count of receiving stolen property and was sentenced to 2 years summary probation plus 30 days of community service. Wow! What a ride. Do you think I talked a little bit too much about how the suit was developed up top? I did that to kind of, emphasize how expensive and how important they were to Sony.
The suit was cool.
I'm trying to craft a narrative here. Plus, if I'd have invested... Actually, we're not quite done. Because a website called The Original Prop Blog began a brief online investigation in 2008 concerning the authenticity of a metal Terminator endoskull listed on eBay.
What does that have to do with Spider-Man?
From the Terminator 1984. In this particular eBay listing, they featured a Q&A with a specific question relating to the history of the item. The answer being, thanks, been doing this for 25 years. Most all my props come directly from crew person, producer, director, or FX artist. Also check out www.moviepropsmuseum.com.
God, this is zoomed in so much it actually hurt my eyes.
Still visible via the Wayback Machine.
God
and
damn.
It turns out, lo and behold, was registered to a Jeffrey Glenn Gustafsson. Is it the same guy? Well, let's just say at the very least, it's a guy with the same name who's also in the business of procuring and then selling rare and expensive movie items. Anyways, he was caught and he faced consequences for the Spider-Man thing. I figure at this point, yeah, he's allowed to make a living. I personally believe that most people should be afforded the ability to move forward from previous illegal activities if they've shown to move on and reform. I genuinely hope he's doing well. And I hope you enjoyed this video. So much so that you might even be interested in our podcast, The Weekly Planet, where we talk movies and comics and TV shows every Monday.
I need to rewatch Spider-Man.
Spider-Man No Way Home. It's on iTunes, Spotify, other podcasting platforms, and has a...
Nice. Have you watched Full Force? Of course I have. It's goofier than you remember? I'm sure it is. All movies made back then had some level of cheese and corniness to them, but I think that's what really helped elevate them to a certain degree. Goofiness is part of the charm. Yeah, shit takes itself too seriously now. It's also formulaic. Thanks to the Prime Platypus. Master Duel's out now. Is it playable though? I know it, like, you could download it, but you couldn't actually play it. But either way, it should be playable tomorrow, which is when I would play it. Batman Forever had Kiss from a Rose. True. I don't remember that, but I'll agree. Seal was everywhere back then. Isn't Kiss from a Rose Seal? Thanks to resub Hansa. Yeah, I thought so. Why is someone saying Seal, Omega Law? With a question mark? No, I knew it was right. I know my Seal. Thanks to resub Lodi. Thanks to the resub Exotic. The tightest cave squeeze ever recorded. Okay. Alright. Whoops. Oh, let's go, caveman.
Hang on. Then the very different strategy of seeing if Jacob will fit, and I'm holding on to rocks so that he can push.
Seems like he's torturing his son.
He was putting a lot of torque on there.
You have to remember, from here up, Dad.
Grandpa doesn't approve.
Yeah, but
why?
Out here. This is literally the worst.
So I'm still running my camera gear in there ahead of Jacob. It's attached to a cord in case I have to retrieve it.
What?
And that's why all my camera gear was attached to that metal Roto-Rooter cord.
Well, we might need you to stay in here to help pull him out.
Are you having fun, Jacob?
It's awful, but
this looks
Jacob,
it looks like a blast.
Gone further than any human in history.
That's a pretty tight squeeze right there.
Don't give up, kid. Oh, he's going straight to hell. Like, what is this? Like, let's assume for a second this goes full nutty putty disaster. What the fuck is this little shoestring gonna do to help pull him out? Unless he's also covered in butter. Like, how is he gonna slide out just because you put a cord on him? Like, this is a stupid idea top to bottom. Oh, it's for the camera. Oh, I see I gave too much credit. I thought it was like some kind of failsafe. If he gets stuck, he gets stuck. You leave him.
And Jacob slipped in when I wasn't paying attention. Just like that. Right on through.
Thanks to Prime Dom and Tier 1 Binchy and the resub Levisi and Boss. Jesus Christ. I think, like, cave exploration like this is a hobby I'll never understand. The allure is just squeezing into a tight place. Where is the fun? Like, in every other, like, risky activity, I can always see the appeal. I can always understand it. But this is literally just squeezing somewhere. Like, like, I don't even know if there's, like, you could say it's talent. It's more just like, are you born flexible and, you know, thin enough to fit through this crevice?
Okay, you need to go in there, and we'll try you turning around and coming out head first. But if you can't, you'll have to come out late. You'll have to back in the way you can.
Oh, just look at this. Look at this. It's like little fucking spikes up here. I mean, it looks like they're at least blunted at the tip, but God, that's gotta feel like shit.
Okay, and we have to be mindful of taking you out the same way you went in. And if it makes you feel better, I brought a tub of butter in my car.
Hey, I said the same thing about butter.
Give you a different camera, okay?
So I had to yell instruction Jacob how to set the camera down, how to set it up, how to manage the lights, and this is probably harder than going through the caves.
Oh my goodness! I can see you back there.
Can you see me?
Yeah, hang on, let me zoom in.
Wait, let me jump. See?
I can still see you? Yeah, that light's pretty bright in there. Hey, buddy.
Hey.
It's about 7 inches by 10 inches, that hole.
Hey, Jacob, do you have everything?
Yeah, let me hit you.
Jesus Christ. So that's the hole?
20 minutes. Come on. Whole body to inch out.
Because he can push from one side and I can pull from the other and
Oh, wait, my pants are
slide him out.
There we go.
He's about 5 feet hanging out of that hole.
Okay, let me just...
I couldn't even put one leg through that hole. And I'm not a big man here.
Oh, wait, no.
I'm here like you can pull on me.
Just powerful. Never forget it.
My butt is coming.
God, that seems fucking awful. That seems absolutely miserable. Thanks to Prime Clique. Yeah, I guess we could watch a compilation. I don't think we're gonna see a squeeze like as small as that though. Exit Prime Peanut. Good way to hide Spider-Man suits. True, yeah, if you could like squeeze in this cave and put them somewhere. Like a little bat lair. Like this whole activity is just like the worst part of like anything ever. Like squeezing through a tight space, it's such a hassle and it's uncomfortable. Like when someone parks a little too close to you and you can only open your door a little bit and you have to like fucking shuffle your way into the driver's seat of your car. That shit sucks. And meanwhile, that's the entire appeal of doing this. I just can't wrap my head around the fun. Thanks to the resub Butthead in the Prime. Helia and resub Wiener. Like, I'm not a claustrophobic person or anything. It's not like the tight quarters are making me uncomfortable. It's just, I don't get it. It like chat said, it's literally just LARPing as a worm. I don't see where the enjoyment is. I guess maybe getting to the other side? But even then, you could just send a camera through to see it anyway. Okay, holy shit, this is a fucking tight squeeze. Thanks to the bits robot and the Prime Jaeger. RuneScape agility training in real life. Yeah, I guess, yeah. That's fair. Holy shit. So what was it in Nutty Putty? It was called the birth canal, right? Where that guy got trapped and died. That's exactly what this like is. I can't believe people would actually do it. What a horrible way to go. The guy in the Nutty Putty cave is still in that cave, like his remains. They could never get him out. They tried everything. Like, rescuers tried for 27 straight hours or something with all the blood rushing to that dude's head. He just sat there fucking dying, knowing full well he was gonna die there. That was going to be his tomb. Honestly, one of the worst ways to go. Thanks to the resub Sully and Solidify and 8 Brett. He went down the wrong hole. Yeah, that's why I said it was called the birth canal. The thing he went down was called the Nutty Putty Cave birth canal. Or I think it was called Satan's birth canal or some shit. I don't remember. And then he just got stuck. He just kept going and going and going. And just, he fucked himself. It was Ed's push. Was it? I thought for sure it was Satan's birth canal. Thanks to resub Breeze. That's another thing. It's always wet. Like, the caves are just filled with water. So it's like extremely sodden and soggy and cold and just yucky. They almost got him, but the rope snapped. Yeah, we watched the whole thing on the Nutty Putty disaster. They had like a rope and pulley system that was actually going to get him out, but then the cave wall just gave way and it snapped. And I never understood why they didn't just put it on a different wall at that point. Thanks resub Blaze and the tier 1 dual bark and the resub Breeze and the prime spawn. And thanks, that one guy. People like it for the thrill of death. Yeah, but this is like the slowest thrill of death of all time. I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've done it, it sucks ass. I also did it once. My fucking school took us on a field trip to a cave to fit through the little cave holes. They didn't even supervise us, they just brought us to the cave place with no guide and just let us go to holes. I only went through like 2 of them and I was like, this is fucking trash. Those rocks, those walls in the cave, they feel like movie props. Like they don't even feel real. I don't even know how to describe it. That shit is just so concerning. It's like a Disney... Yeah, it's like the Disney World rocks. Like, it's smooth, but like they almost feel like kind of weightless. It feels like there's nothing behind the rocks. More Bible Man? I'm pretty sure we saw all of the Bible Man. I don't think there's any more. I only like OG Bible Man. New Bible Man is ass. But like the original Bible Man, oh, that guy fucked. Oh, speaking of which, I don't know, where did I put it? I found my Boys of Valor DVD set. I think it's in here. Oh, no, I moved it. I was moving shit out of my closet to a different closet. And I found my Boys of Valor DVD box set, if you guys remember Boys of Valor. Found all 4 DVDs. Thanks to the Prime Virginity and the resub Booty. And the 10 gift subs Pete. Thank you, Pete. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. What is it? You guys don't know Boys of Valor? I made a video on it a long time ago. Where's the trailer? They take down the trailer for... Oh my god, am I the last source of Boys of Valor? I remember I had to go through so many hoops just to find them. Like, finding that DVD box set was so hard. What happened to it? Oh my god, yeah, it's down. They had their own YouTube channel. What the fuck? I'm sure it's still on Google. Yeah. Oh, it's on Amazon now. Well, I guess I should have just waited 8 years and I could have bought it on Amazon. Yeah. So the Boys of Valor... Oops, didn't mean to back out. The Boys of Valor box set. Easy tier 1 Vexria and Prime Titan. It was cool, man. It was all about fighting for God or something. They use like mechs and shit. Read the reviews. Ooh, that's a good idea actually. Let me see. Well, this just seems cute. Well, this is just mean. Pandering, talentless dribble. Christian media falls on its self-righteous face again. Yikes. I thought Boys of Valor was great. Thanks to the resub, Kinney, Ed, and Arbiter. The Prime Sosa. Thanks to the resub, Kellis. Top left. The worst claustrophobic caving you will ever see. Trigger warning. This is like a Nuke's top 5 video. Caving so claustrophobic, you're gonna piss in your mom's pants. Close your eyes, because you're not sleeping with these scary caves.
Now.
He's having fun.
So right now I'm breathing out.
It does sound like a fetish, yeah.
Okay, so I'm coming up out of this, and if I get stuck, I have this rock with me, such that
what's that gonna do?
I can pop off some of these.
Make it call for help?
Which made it very hard to get into. Now I have to go slow.
So what the fuck is you? Wait, what? How is that gonna help him? What? So he brought a safety rock, but you're not gonna be able to like chip away enough room. That wouldn't work. I guess he could like kill himself quickly so he doesn't have to die an agonizing death. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, his explanation for it doesn't really make sense.
Knuckles, which made it very hard to get into. Now I have to go slow. That's that knuckle.
Hold on, I didn't go far enough.
Walk with me, such that I can pop off some of these knuckles, which made it very hard to get into.
See, like, but you can't. I have to
go slow.
I don't think you could with that rock.
That's that knuckle. I'm gonna be shirtless shortly here.
Warning, the actions and stunts performed in this video were done so by professionals. Do not enter a cave.
Dwarven rock cake. He just starts biting on it to lose health.
A lot of people ask why we do this, and
I did ask that.
You're just never going to get a sufficient answer. Why do you wake up in the morning?
What?
You know, what drives you? What makes you want to get up and go study a subject or go to work or go out, hang out with your friends?
So basically you have no idea why you like doing this.
Nothing, right? This is life. And that's all. This is our way of living. It is not our way of dying. It is our way of destroying shirts, but our bodies are just fine.
Today is mapping day,
and
this means for the previously discovered cave, she must now host an entire crew of cavers with mapping equipment. Ahead of them lies an interesting and beautiful menagerie of formations, hallways, and rooms. However, its entrance forbids all but the most mature of cavers, willing to sacrifice their bodies for the task of creating an artistically eloquent and mathematically accurate map.
You know what you could also do, and far be it from me to question the efficiency of cave mapping, you could just send a camera in there. You could go in and put a camera on a stick, be like, oh, and, so that's where that path ends, mark it down. Yeah, you could do like anything else, fucking drone, anything, besides like your full body.
This is a big cave. It goes quite a long ways. It's very
sonar true.
There's a lot going on, a lot of neat formations, but it's very hard to get into. The entrance has 2 squeeze passages that are very, very tight.
Oh, so okay, so they do bring
Upon
tools.
entering the cave, it's immediately obvious that not all of the cavers will fit through the tightest portions of the entrance. The lead caver begins to chip away some of the more obtrusive rocks in order that the mapping team can pass through.
You know, only a couple times I ever wish I had a mask in a cave, and that was for a hantavirus.
Interesting.
We were digging through, rat minion piles.
What do you think the danger of that is with rat and bat poo?
After that trip, I did have some, chest, congestion and stuff.
So this is where they were chipping, is through this area here to make this a little easier to squeeze through. This is a big cave,
cowards!
So you gotta get through this to get in there.
Playing on game journalist
Gary
difficulty.
elects to make the squeeze head first,
Boo,
with both arms
they
at his
cheated.
side. This makes the body as streamlined as possible while exposing the front of the face and chin to more damage along the rocks. Size of body is exchanged for leverage and comfort. Many cavers have a low tolerance for both of their arms trapped at their side.
I imagine they would.
Small plastic pieces are laid on the floor to enable the cavers to
It looks
make
like he
the
just
tight
went in there and
squeeze.
died.
This is Gary.
So when you're doing this, you literally can't breathe very well because you can't let your diaphragm expand or anything.
Nice and high. Easy money. That's quite an angle. Goodbye, Gary Brick Road. He does not love that at all.
I don't see how his feet are gonna really fit. Oh,
You have to concentrate, he was saying.
I guess they'll fit, but it's gonna be hard to like
If I follow
maneuver.
you, Gary, then I guess I know I can fit. I'm gonna go one arm. Did you go both arms forward or one arm back?
Both behind me.
Okay.
I can see the lower arm probably can be.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Oh,
resub.
this is much nicer. These sliders are great.
Arrow mat.
Yeah, we could probably bring a sheet through here, just leave it, because this makes this so much easier.
It looks pretty easy.
I'll smash that for your number of subscribers on your channel. Is that one of those?
We don't even ask. We don't care. People don't gotta watch us. This is, I'm not even sure I would call that a squeeze, guys. Well, you know what? Okay, so with the cardboard, super easy.
The next cave down?
Yeah, this guy's just a real veteran. This cave ain't shit.
Shirt on and everything.
Man's like an octopus. He can fit through anything.
No, getting hung up in there would just take a lot longer to get through.
And then you're tired.
They've all made it through the first squeeze, but they must regroup and replan, as the second narrow passage is both longer and tighter.
Where
this
are
is where
they?
even
I
the most
have no
experienced
idea.
cavers may want to rethink their strategy.
Well, the part that really got me was like, I assume this is the next.
Yeah, I've heard of Choo Choo Charles. Thanks to Resub Robert.
Yeah, you got it all this in here.
Yeah,
right?
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I did.
So
asked to go on a cave dive and make a video. I would never do this.
Okay.
Well, that's a standing room.
And of course.
Well, here's a couple plates. I can get more if you want more.
No, 3's good. If there's anything worth noting.
I'm small enough that I know I could fit through some like pretty impressive tight little buttholes, but I don't want to risk it.
We can push you through. Or has he got this far before?
This is the farthest he's been in.
He's in.
Yeah, well, he just needed a little sibling rivalry. Yeah, I just need that drill.
Okay. Drill is coming.
What if it collapses? I wouldn't
Now
even worry about that. I don't think that would happen.
I shouldn't be talking too much over the show me.
Alright. Hey man, they're having fun, they're not hurting anyone. I don't get it, but at the end of the day, if they like it, that's fine. That is one of like the only like extreme activities that I genuinely don't understand though. Thanks to resub Kirby, Rick, and Psycho. Two-Star Games agreed to put your face on the train model if you were okay with it. Did they really? Yeah, sounds fucking great. Yeah, absolutely. When does that come out? Let's see, I'm looking it up real quick. I don't see a release date. I'll just look it up later. Thanks to the bits, Durara. The Buckingham Palace Prowler. I really feel like we've seen that. That name seems familiar. Check out Siren Enthusiast Meetup at Calvin's. This? I'm excited to see the Siren community. Thanks, resub Spicy.
You seriously pre-recorded that?
What was it? Oh, I'm just gonna get DMCA'd. I thought it was just gonna be like police sirens and shit. Comes out at the end of 2022. Sure, I'll send him a message. It's a YouTuber that's helping make that game, right? Thanks to resub, keep chiefing it. Of course I'll watch the Cuphead show. He's a solo dev. Oh, really? Thanks to Prime Zushi. Is he going through like a publisher? Or is he like solo dev and publishing all of it himself? I guess these are questions I could just find the answer to on my own, I suppose. I don't know why I just keep outsourcing it to chat. No, we don't watch Starman anymore, man. He's too self-aware. Lost its charm. Yeah, no, Choo Choo Charles does look good. Ring Dinger guy. I'm talking about my boy Advanced Chiropractics. We've already done a lot of Advanced Chiropractics though, and there's no new summoning salt. Trust me, I'd know. Have I seen the Gaston push-up contest? Yeah. I already finished To Catch a Predator, man. And Have a Seat with Hansen, or whatever it was called. Or Hansen vs. Predator, that's what it was. Thanks to Prime Chance. Watched all of it. There's a Tier 1 Devil Deed. The only world record that cannot be broken. Is this about the fastest land speed? Or is it going to be something real cheeky where, like, world record set by some kind of crazy death? So you can't, like, repeat that death. Nope, something entirely different. This video popped the fuck off. 11 million views in 11 days. This must be a crazy record.
It's July 20th of 1984. On a warm summer day in Berlin, Germany, one athlete would set a world record that was so unbelievable that the actual rules in this event would forever change.
Oh,
in
that's
the
kind of
men's
cheating.
javelin, Uwe Hahn from Germany set an unprecedented world record, throwing the javelin 104.80 meters, breaking the previous world record by just over 5 meters, which translates to just over 16 feet. This was one of those moments that shook the entire foundation of track and field, because compared to the previous world record, this throw represented a massive improvement of 4.9%, which to this day places this moment as the second greatest world record improvement in any event in history, only falling behind the great Bob Beeman's long jump from the 1968 Games. To say
Holy
that this
shit.
throw was unparalleled would still be an
Try to break
understatement.
it?
With a
I could probably
powerful
break it,
run-up,
but I
a
won't, out of
perfect
respect
angle
for
of
him.
release, and one of the fastest follow-throughs that you'll ever see in any throwing discipline, Hahn's form in this moment was unmatched. And even in the eyes of the announcers at the time, they already understood that this world record just might stand forever.
Here's a record that may never be broken. Uwe Hahn of East Germany shatters American Tom Petronov's world record by over 16 feet. 343 feet, 10 inches. Watch where it lands, just inside the stadium.
What world record would you like to break? Bro, I don't know. Probably something useful, I guess. Richest man
This
in
really
history.
was a moment of pure athletics perfection, and if we fast forward some 38 years later, this world record still stands. However, this incredible record stands for a rather unique reason, which is much different from any other world record throughout track and field history.
Well, yeah, if the sport changed its rules and you
Soon
actually
after
can't
Hahn's
break
throw
it.
back in 1984, the actual
Thanks for trying,
javelin
bro.
instrument itself changed in overall form, a decision largely influenced by Hahn's world record that nearly exceeded the throwing area. Now, contrary to popular belief, Hahn's throw wasn't the only reason why this change was implemented.
He's a tier
Even
1
before this
William.
amazing world record was achieved, track and field's governing body had already been discussing moving the javelin's center of mass forward by 4 centimeters.
There's going to be some changes in this event.
What would you do with the money? I have so many ideas on what I'd do with like $1 trillion.
Tom Petronov of the United States threw at 327 feet. Then last year, Hahn from East Germany threw it over 340 feet. Well, the IAAF is afraid they're going to throw it right out of the stadium, so they decided to change the javelin. Now, this is...
See, so this is kind of cheeky then. They can't break the record because they changed the sport as a result.
In the javelin, and they've made the tail thicker, so it won't go as far.
These changes had been a part of regular discussion even before this 100-meter-plus world record was set. However, after this world record, the process of change was quickly implemented into practice, making Hahn's world record throw a landmark moment in track and field history. Given the context of this historic rule change, Hahn's world record of 104.80 meters literally will never be broken, and since this throw back in 1984, the closest that any athlete has gotten with the new version of the javelin was Jan Železny's legendary record of 98.48 meters, which he threw back on May 25th of 1996.
That's pretty close.
Heading into the 1984 Olympics, Hahn was the overwhelming favorite to take the gold medal. But given that East Germany unfortunately boycotted these 1984 Los Angeles Games, he was never able to compete for an Olympic gold medal. This was quite the unfortunate circumstance for this javelin legend, but there was at least some consolation during the 1984 season, as he won the gold medal in the Friendship Games, with a throw of
prime
94.44
composer.
meters, a throw that was almost 10 meters further than the eventual winner from the 1984 Olympics. For many around the world, Hohn's 94.44 meter victory was the equivalent of an Olympic gold medal placement, making this 1984 season one of the greatest ever for any athlete, not just because he shattered the world record and literally changed the rules in this event, but also because he maintained a completely undefeated record, throwing over 90 meters for each and every competition that he entered.
Good for him.
Hohn's dominance in the javelin has only since been matched by the new world record holder Jan Železny, and even though it seemed like Hohn would go on to dominate this event for well over a decade, his career abruptly ended in 1986 after several setbacks due to unfortunate injury.
Aww.
Since becoming the only man in history to throw the spear beyond 100 meters, Hohn has since become a javelin coach, and just like his previous days of competition, he has also seen worldwide success in this endeavor as well, as his own athlete Neeraj Chopra won the Olympic gold medal in this event in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, winning the javelin with a throw of 87.58 meters.
Oh, not even 90.
The first and only Indian athlete in history to win an Olympic gold medal in track and field. Throughout the deep history of track and field, many world records have shifted the landscape of their respective events.
Those
However,
happened?
none
I don't know, man. I don't watch
quite
the
had
Olympics. I think the
effect
shit's boring.
as Uwe Hohn's world record from 1984. Thanks for watching, everyone. And as always, until next time.
These are tier 1 VeggieTales. Next to the prime Oreco. Shit's boring without PEDs. That's what we said on the podcast. There should be 2 Olympics. There should be like no PEDs and then an Olympics where we have fucking superhumans. Roided out, juiced out, fucking out of their goddamn mind on meth and then see what we're capable of. Like, unlock full human potential. Thanks to the bits, Dorara. I don't know why we don't. That would be really fun to see. You'd be seeing some crazy records. If you put some of the best runners on meth, oh my god. Those times would be nuts. Thanks to the prime, Ian. Yeah, I've seen What Would You Do. I don't really like it. I don't think it's very fun. Thanks to the resub snack. Probably, but would be dangerous for health problems. True, but it's not like being an Olympic athlete is always the best for your health either. You remember that long distance track runner, that girl that went to the Nike camp for the Olympics? They ended up starving her to death. She could never run again, at least not competitively. Well, she didn't die. She didn't. Okay, I was exaggerating. They put her on an extremely strict regimen of not eating, and she suffered a lot of like muscle atrophy as a result, and she wasn't able to compete anymore. There's a whole documentary about it. There's the prime Necti and Bits Killer Elite. It's apparently very common. In the prime Hop. The Reluctant Master Sasuke. Famous Japanese blacksmith. Please resub Rice Ball Donut and the Bits Killer Elite. Disagreed. Well, sometimes I guess.
それに感情やないけど、まあ機械よりもそれは温かみのあるものはできてるわね。大阪の堺で鍛冶屋をやっております。で今の5代目の佐助を継いでおります。でウイキ用のハサミでそれと包丁などを作っております。
Those do look nice.
これは大正の終わり頃です。だからまあ80年ぐらいでこの建物はね。私父親とかも2階で一緒に寝てましたけどね。それねなかなかね難しい質問やけど、まあ私はまあここで生まれたっていうのがまあ一番。まあここでまあ生まれたっていうのは。
We've seen this guy before, no? I don't think so.
若い時は20歳ぐらいの時はやっぱり他のこの仕事やなしに他のこの仕事ってあんまりいい仕事やないと思って他の仕事を選んでまあなんか医者になりたいとか思ってたんですね。だけどなかなか経済的な理由で父親は早く亡くなってるし大学に行くこともできないからまあもう自然とまあ母親がうまいことを操縦してここになるようにするかもわかりませんけどね。
He should compete on Forged in Fire.
ハサミとか包丁に共通してのこと。まずは一番大事なのはまあ材質ですね。材質がまず第一でまああとはもう作り。
I'm convinced people like this are born with talent. That's one thing you have to come to accept. Some people are literally born with talent.
でもまあうまいこと作るか作れへんかによって違いが出て
And you might not be one of them.
作り手の技術ですね。それぐらいでね一番大事な作る人の気持ちっていうのかそのあれが全部出てくるからそれですね。
You can learn, right? Yeah, of course you can.
やっぱり技術やね。で技術がまあ一番ですわ。もう見かけだけやなしに。で技術がのを作ろうとしたら自然に綺麗なもんにできるんだ。
Why are you getting upset that I said there's nothing you can do about it? Take for example me. I was born short. I will never be good at anything that tall people excel at, such as basketball or grabbing things from the top shelf. No matter how much I train, I can't make myself taller. Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy Bogues was great, but he's also not like a Hall of Fame superstar. Well, I think he actually is in the Hall of Fame. But he's not like considered like the best to ever play the game.
それやったら最後は最後になってあとまあやる人もしんどいと思うけどねここまでもし同じのをしようとしたらあとかわいそうかもわからんあとの人が。ねえなかなかそういう
This guy's got such a nice forge.
まあ作りたいっていう人はなかなかまあ何名かは来たりするんでねま
あ。Oh, Muggsy didn't actually go to the Hall of Fame? I thought he did.
まあこれから時代変わってくるからまあもうちょっと増えてくるとは思う。
What about Spud Webb? Did he go to the Hall of Fame?
今は自分の
He was
作
like
品を
5'8",
もっ
I
といい
think.
のを作っておけばその魅力でまた余計来るかもわからへんし、まあ、とにかくまあ人を募集するとかするよりも作品をまず自分で今できるのが一番どれだけ目標はあともう5年ぐらいしか
5, 6, and no.
まあ
Yeah,
自分
so I
の
guess that
作
helps
品を
prove
ま
my
ず一番
point.
いいのを作っておくと。
Yeah. I'll always have the most tremendous amount of respect for someone like this guy. Just truly loving their craft. Muggsy's 5'2", not 5'6". No, I was talking about Spud Webb. I know Muggsy was much shorter, but Spud Webb is the second guy I was talking about. Because I asked if he went to the Hall of Fame, and I said I think he was 5'8".
ちょっとでも宣伝にっていうやってますけどね。なんとかしようと思って考えついてないけど、またいい考えできるかもそのうちわからないですけどね。
That is a really cool set of scissors. Nice. That's wholesome. Making $35,000 bonsai scissors. It's the same guy. He's making fucking bank too. Hey, my man. He's on that Sigma grind. Hey, thanks for the resub, Ludwig. Hope you're ready for Moist Esports to run ass in your tournament, man. Moki's gonna pop off on the melee, I'll tell you now. Pound for pound, Bugsy's considered one of the GOATs. I mean, I don't doubt you. But when you say pound for pound, you immediately take it out of like, well, if you take in these other factors that make us able to bring other people down, then we can make an argument. Whereas it's not just like, hey, even by every measurement, he's one of the GOATs. Thanks the Prime Highlighter. I don't like Mandela Catalog. I'm not a fan. I have not seen Smiling Friends yet. I was going to watch it this weekend. Thanks the Prime Stinky Poop. Cool name. When's the next tournament for Moist Esports? Ludwig's. Genesis got pushed back to February, or actually it got pushed back all the way to April, I think. So, next one for Moist Esports is Ludwig's tournament. It's the online one. When is that? It's the 29th and 30th, right, Lud? I think it's the 29th and 30th. Is it tier 1 Lou and the gift sub Smash and resub Muffin? Have you seen How to Use a Fleshlight tutorial by Sextrovert? I don't know if I've seen it, but I can tell you one thing is I probably can't watch it on Twitch. As much as I'd like to. Allen Iverson was 6 feet. Allen Iverson, to me, is the best basketball player to ever play the fucking game, man. That was the most hype player to watch. I love AI. I still have his shoes from when I was in 4th grade. That shit's probably worth like 20 bucks. But I still have that shit. AI was exhilarating. Thanks to resub Disney. I'm not much of a sports guy anymore. But goddamn. If AI said I'm coming out of retirement and I've been de-aged 15 years for my prime, I'd go back to watching the NBA. Swear to God. That guy was great. Well, I mean, statistically, he's not the best player to ever play the game. He was just my favorite one. I think he is probably one of the most fun to ever watch. Escapee pretends to be a jogger. Seen it. Watch some TED Ed vids. Why? Not a big fan of like TED Talks. Speed Docs World Record Progression Series. I love Speed Docs. Well, which one though? I'm pretty sure I've seen like most of them. Touring a $2 million luxury motorhome. Here's a tier 1 Blake. This?
What's up, everybody? It's Enes here, and welcome to MoistCr1tikal,
Hey,
Germany.
Enes.
On this week's episode, we're touring this luxury motorhome, the Performance S, built by Walkner Mobile. And what's so unique about this motorhome is the fact that you can bring your supercar anywhere you travel, thanks to its center garage
about
design.
time.
Now, this model starts around 1.6 million euros, which is around $1,850,000, and the price goes up from there based on the upgrades that you choose. As always, you can find more information about Walkner and this motorhome down in the description of this video. And now, let's begin our tour.
Alright. I'm gonna tell you right now, Enes, anyone watching this can't afford this. I don't think Walkner's getting any new business here. But fuck yeah. In fact, I'm getting 2. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I forgot.
We're gonna start our tour at the exterior of this motorhome. I like the silver color, and they have some logos and graphics also throughout the RV as well.
Dilly.
If you look on this side, you can see the massive windshield, and on each side you have these oversized side mirrors with cameras. And in fact, Mikey, right in the center we have additional camera and more cameras around the sides of the RV. That way you get that 360 bird's eye view from the inside screen. Now, right in front of me we have this section here, and actually engine is not located here. Engine is located on the back, but this door opens up to the 10K generator, so I wanted to mention that. And like I said
a coffin?
at the beginning of the video,
Let's go!
This is their Performance S model.
Just in case someone dies from getting too lit inside.
Now, Mikey, let's take a quick look here. This is our main entry, and I'm going to talk about the details here in a bit. But first, I want to cover the center garage.
This is something from GTA Online.
This design here is one of the most unique aspects of this amazing motorhome. You can actually park your car or your supercar right in the center. And what's so great about the system is the fact that it's super easy and is patented from Walkner Mobile.
Yeah, Enes and I came across this article a few months ago that had this RV in it, and we couldn't believe that there were RVs out there that had full-size vehicles that could fit inside of them.
Absolutely. In fact, in that article, they had a Bugatti Chiron going underneath
the
same
look
model,
at that.
which was super fascinating. And here we are in Germany.
Yeah, we had to come see it in person. Anyway, show us how this works.
This is super cool, Mikey. So you have a steel floor plate that essentially slides into the motorhome, and the way they accomplish that is through hydraulics, right? If you look,
So the
here,
whole
Mikey,
point of this
you
motorhome
have
is just to
these
transport
steel
your
legs
supercar.
That basically raises
Why not
up
just
the
drive my
motorhome, so you
supercar
have
in
a
that case and
better
then get a
ceiling
hotel?
clearance, and after that, push of a button, your steel
Fuck is the
floor
point?
assembly slides into the motorhome. Hydraulics raise up, and you're ready to drive off.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I didn't know anything like this existed.
It's amazing. I mean, you can bring your supercar anywhere you go.
Yeah.
Now, Mikey, it doesn't end here, because if you look above us, we have a motorized, massive awning design that comes out. So this floor assembly
Here's a
here
bits
can
tray,
essentially
the Recep
serve
Noir.
as your
I know Mr.
covered
Ball,
patio
yeah.
space. You can put your outdoor furniture here once you pull your car out. And what's great is that, let's say you have a full dining and outdoor furniture set up here, and you want to leave your RV to go somewhere. Press a button, steel assembly goes inside. You have it nicely covered. You don't have to move anything.
I'm very
you don't
excited
have
for
to change
Master
your
Goal.
outdoor seating setup.
Yeah.
And then when you come
Supercar
back,
gas is expensive.
It comes out again.
Yeah, it's really cool. And not to mention, if you don't want to keep
And
a
what?
car in here, you could probably...
Wait, what? Wait, what? So when it costs a lot of money for gas in a supercar, so might as well take an RV, which is going to use significantly more gas on the trip. Wait, what? What the fuck are you guys talking? What are you talking about? It's absolutely not the point at all. It's not supposed to save you on gas efficiency. I guess this is like if you want to go camping, but then also want to flex on the plebeians at the campsite, you just open this up and show off your supercar. I don't know, man. But I don't think it's for gas preservation. You are going to spend much more on gas powering this fucking RV for your trip. It's for car chases. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're like Batman, you could like Might be a trap door in the RV. Pop that bitch open and hop in and peel out.
Several motorcycles, you could have bicycles, you could have anything.
It gets better, Mikey. Let's take a quick look. Inside of this section here is heated. And you actually have your electrical panels, few pumps, and other stuff that you can access and service. And like I mentioned earlier, the center garage design is patented by Walkner. Now, what I mean by that is, if you look at vehicles this size, conventionally, they have a long beam that runs the length of the entire vehicle. But if you look at this motorhome right in the center, it's all empty because it has a H-shaped steel frame that runs in the middle, which allows this garage to be all open, and thus the patented garage system where you can take your Porsche anywhere you want.
It's pretty unique.
Yeah, but why?
It's amazing, right?
Why would I do that?
Now, Mikey, let's continue our tour. We have another storage area here, some outdoor furniture. I know you're gonna like this.
A little gas grill.
That's right. Nicely built in. And going to the back of this motor home, this is where we have the engine. Now,
it's rich people shit.
3.5.
It is not rich people shit. This is dumb rich people shit. I guess most of it is. But like, if you're so rich that you need to travel with your supercar or else you start hyperventilating, then you should, when you get to your destination, just buy a new supercar, right? Like if you got that much stacks on stacks, when you get to your destinations, just get a new one and then just leave it there. I don't know, man. Like I don't see the point in buying a fucking motorhome just to transport your supercar. Like if you are that rich at that point, just keep getting new ones wherever you're traveling.
Ton tow hook, so you can bring your jet ski, four-wheeler, whatever you want. And check this out, Mike. You ready? This is another distinct detail of this motorhome.
Wow.
So what are the advantages of having the engine at the back
some
of
bronze,
the vehicle?
prime,
Number
dark side, and
one,
resub Takahata.
cockpit
Hey, man.
is extremely quiet when you're driving. Super smooth.
And the resub,
Number two,
right, bro?
because the engine is located here, you get a better steering angles and turning radius because tires have more space to move around.
Also, I'm curious, I guess with a full-size vehicle in the middle of the car, I'm sure your center of gravity is very balanced when you're driving. So I'm sure it's a much smoother driving experience.
You're absolutely correct. And
You're a fucking idiot. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
PS, 460
The engine's here because it
horsepower.
looks cool.
You have this section here where you have some of your tools nicely attached. Another great thing about having the engine on the back, easy to maintain. You don't have to go through the motor home. And 460 horsepower, pretty amazing. 350 liter fuel capacity. Now,
I guess that makes sense, Sasha.
Side of the vehicle, we have additional storage area. Again, more outdoor furniture. This is where we have the AdBlue. And now let's talk about the slide out. 50 centimeters deep, 10 meters wide. This adds 5 square meters of extra interior space to this motorhome. And look at the size here, Mikey.
It's big.
I've never seen a slide out this big.
Yeah, she's a big girl.
From the exterior, but once we go inside, it's much clearer how much space it offers.
It's almost the entire length of the vehicle. I mean, vehicle is only 12 meters long. It's 2.5 meters wide and 3.85 meters tall. So it's almost the entire length. And again, gives a lot
What's
of
a slide out?
footage.
I can answer that. So a slide out, you'll see that the entire upper body here, her little abdomen, is poking out from the vehicle. So you can't drive like this. It's like big wings. So what it does is they push in on both sides for when you're driving. So when you goes in, you're going to see it's like really big and really open, a lot of space. But when you're driving, it pushes itself in. They're on tracks, so they go in, and they're like a narrow little pencil. So, yeah. I know that because the gang and I actually went looking at motorhomes after watching the Will Smith motorhome tour where he had like 15 movie theaters and like a built-in fleshlight in every seat or whatever. We wanted to see if there's any crazy motorhomes like that just to get a tour of it. And there's not. There's like 2. So we went there and we were like so underwhelmed, but they had one of these and we were like, wow, that's fucking nuts. So we didn't get to see anything super cool.
Now, we have more additional storage areas here. These are some of your tanks and disposal lines, your fuses, all that good stuff. And vehicle comes with an 800 liter freshwater tank, 600 liter black water, 300 liter toilet tank. So it's super self-sufficient.
There's a prime booty in the bits
and a lot
Viva.
of you actually might be wondering,
Resub
any
Ultra.
RV enthusiasts out there, typically the space down in the bottom is utilized for
The prime
cargo
rider.
space, storage, where you put your suitcases, that kind of thing. But the interior of this is so spacious. They have
The prime
full-size
south.
closets. They have so much extra space that I haven't seen on any other RV.
So much storage areas.
Yeah, so you don't really need that. And you can always, if you don't have a car, you still have plenty of storage space still.
Absolutely, Mikey. Well said. And this particular model right here was actually built for a Mini Cooper. Although we have a Porsche 911 here, with Mini Cooper, obviously you will get way more space here. You can put additional few bikes. You can access it from each side.
Yeah.
And this patented design here is...
Bro, this is like the most least interesting part about an RV.
Mikey,
I want to see the inside.
Lift up the entire vehicle.
You're selling this like it's a goddamn transport vehicle.
Right? The frame is so
and nothing
sturdy,
else.
Even with the hydraulics raised and the vehicle lifted,
like a goddamn tow truck. Just show me the inside.
Doors, latches, everything closes perfectly, which means car doesn't flex at all. Now, continuing our tour, we have an additional storage area right underneath the driver's seat. We have the few batteries here. In fact, since we saw the batteries here, I want to mention right on top we have solar panels that provides 2,400 kilowatts of energy, and we have battery packs that has 1,800 amp capacity, which is amazing.
All right, let's go in.
We have the front door right here. Mikey, check this out. You have few latches here for extra security. Korean steps takes you inside. I'll see you guys up there.
What is Korean?
All right, everyone, here we are.
Sounds like a sci-fi metal.
Nice and spacious here. I'm 6 foot tall, and as you guys can see, ceilings are really high here. Spacious,
tier 1
nice welcoming space.
galleons.
Now, I want to first talk about the cockpit. Mikey, let's get a close-up. I'm going to take a seat here. You have this massive windshield here that gives you great visibility. All the surfaces are clad with Alcantara or leather, so it's nice and welcoming here. Upper cabinets, LED lighting, and since you sleep inside of this motorhome,
is that steering wheel made out of plush, like a Beanie Baby?
Throughout the blackout space.
That's cute.
And looking at the driver's side, again, it's very spacious. Seats are extremely comfortable. You have your touch screen here, and this car is also capable of adaptive cruise control, lane assist, emergency.
Wait, is that Ludwig driving? Oh, a nice little cameo. He was in the chat a minute ago. Oh, it's so fucking cute.
Lane assist, emergency brake, all that safety features, and throughout the screen you can pretty much control all the functions of the vehicle. Now in terms of the seats themselves, they're heated, cooled, and check this out, Mikey, you also get a massage feature.
That's awesome. You gotta have that.
Oh
you
yeah,
gotta have that, right? Overall, driver's side is great, nice and spacious. How about your seat?
It's really comfortable, and I love how massive these windows are. It feels like you can kind of see everything, and you're so high up off the road. But something kind of unique. I don't know if most motorhomes have this. Like right underneath my seat, where my legs would usually go,
an ejector button.
Stairs. So
pop it and punch out.
Motorized flooring there that covers that space. That way, when you have the motorhome parked,
that's
you
pretty
can
cool.
Utilize that space, and it's just a nice safety feature.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And Mikey, we got one more super cool detail here. Ready? I love this thing. So obviously these chairs can be adjusted and turned to the other side. And we're ready for this?
Oh, it's a computer! Oh,
as someone who loves working like myself, can get some.
Oh no, it is a computer.
In this space here.
Yeah, so right behind me they have this little cabinet that has a HDMI and a few other plugs, so you can connect your computer to it. And it's a great little workspace when you're, at your campsite or wherever you park.
You have the perfect seat. You're a little bit detached from the seating area. Mikey, this is awesome. And when you're done, you put your keyboard away here.
Nice.
Then, let's see. Let's lower this thing. There you go. It
you get some ruthless.
And
perfect.
You're done. All right, let's continue our tour. Right behind the cockpit, we have the seating area. Very spacious. You can probably sit 8 to 10 people here very comfortably. You have the built-in dining table right in the center. And above that...
Oh, you even have little model RVs,
LED
too.
lighting and built-in speakers. Overall, great space and very warm.
Yeah, and earlier we actually closed the slide out on this side, and I was really impressed by how much space there is even when it's closed.
Yeah,
like
they're showing it.
Configuration.
Absolutely. You can still utilize this space even with the slide out pulled in, which is amazing. And Mikey, right across from your seating area, push of a button, you have a motorized TV that comes up. Above that, you have all these
hidden TV, baby.
And down below, we have more base cabinets.
Now we get wild.
Now, Mikey, I want to talk about the window designs here. 2 awning windows that open
whole ass transformer.
Some fresh air coming in. And check this out. Buck screen. Blackout.
I find it really satisfying that window perfectly clears the garage door also.
Absolutely, and you can just leave it open. It serves as a little roof, even during rain. Now, we have another window on the other side. Corian floors here. Another detail I want to mention. Ready, Mikey?
Oh shit, cornhole!
But it also serves as a little side table. You have a carved-in cup holder here.
They thought of everything.
They thought of everything, right? And I almost forgot this detail, but I just recognized it. This is a scale model of a single RV. Look how detailed it is on the inside. And it has a
You get 2 RVs!
Comes out.
Even has a little coffee machine.
Exactly.
You get an RV for your family and an RV for your ant farm.
Right outside of the factory as well.
We all go in
They
style.
still have this RV. They still own it.
Very cool.
Now, that's it for the living room area. Mikey, let's go this way. Cabinetry continues. Beautiful wood veneer on the walls and throughout the cabinetry. And another detail I want to mention, Mikey. Look at the countertops here. There are these
Aether
slits.
God.
Those are your radiator outlets. And look at these. Those are your air conditioning outlets. Nicely blended into the cabinetry and the countertops. So it diffuses air and blends it in nicely throughout the interior.
Yeah.
Now, we have more cabinetry here. I love this glassware design with the racks, LED lighting. Below that, you have
it does look pretty cool.
Dish set that has their own custom locations, so nothing moves around as you're driving. And all the cabinets, Mikey, I'm sure you've seen it. All these handles lock, so you don't have any rattle as you're driving this vehicle.
Well, it can absolutely still rattle.
Let's cover the kitchen, which is super cool. You literally have
Thanks for
everything you
Vulcan.
need here. Starting with the sink, you have your Corian countertops, induction cooktop, another awning window here, and Mikey, we need a close-up. I thought this was super cool. Dishwasher drawer above the countertop.
Yeah.
So it's nice and easy to access.
You don't usually see dishwashers in RVs, do you?
No, not only that, but I just like the cabinet one. I don't know. I almost want to put this in a regular home.
Yeah.
On an upper cabinets, just for
Why would
convenience.
you want that?
And
Sounds
look at all this.
sounds awful.
We have
What?
Spice racks here.
I'd hate that.
Mood lighting, and behind us, your Siemens oven.
Thanks, resub Revon.
Additional cabinetry. Space is perfectly utilized, and of course, no kitchen is complete without a fridge.
You have to have it.
We have that here. Now, continuing our tour, you can seal off the common areas.
Thanks, the resub Zoli.
This pocket door
If
here.
someone gives
Look,
you this RV, would you use it?
there's no movement here besides the
Well,
handle.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If someone just gives it to me, I'll use
It's not
it.
gonna
Sure.
rattle as you're driving, as it's tucked in.
I mean, I guess I also
This
could just
is
rent it
such a
out for
cool
the bang
detail.
bus,
We have
like
to
someone
show this.
suggested.
It's currently not prepped, but those are small bunk beds that goes into cabinetry. So you can sleep additional people here if you would like to. That's a memory foam.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Now, more mood lighting throughout, and this is where we have the vanity setup. Same countertops are also here. Nice backsplash detail. You have some upper cabinetry, more mood lighting, and of course, your sink design. And right across from
But yeah,
that,
it's just a normal sink.
first glass door opens up to your water closet. Corian floors goes all the way in. And in fact, Mikey, all the flooring throughout the motorhome is heated as well, so it's nice and comfortable.
Oh, fuck
And
yeah.
this toilet here has every single feature that you can think of. It's heated, has a built-in bidet.
Ooh.
All the controls are here.
Does this
Behind
RV come
that,
with a
you have
butler at
heated
least?
Towel rack, which is super cool. And right here, Mikey, you have a nice vent.
Or
And
maybe
you
it's
can
gonna be
let
like one
the
of those
shower
motorcycles
glass
where you get like a
bit
little
lower.
caddy
That
on the
way
side
the
for your
moisture can
butler.
escape the shower and go through here. Now,
You got a little mini
before
RV
we
attached
check
to it.
out the shower, right above us we have a skylight that you can crank open, and just like all the windows, you have a blackout or a screen option if needed. Glass door number 2 opens up to the walk-in shower, Corian base, chrome fixtures, rain head, this starlight ceiling detail, recessed light, so you have a small mirror and a hanging shelf.
Amazing.
And I mean, it's pretty good size. Again, I'm 6 foot tall and nice and comfortable here.
Yeah, I was blown away by the size of. I think also the fact
There's
that
a
it's
prime, yeah.
glass too. Typically, they'll put like little doors
The
on
Bits
these
Chester.
RVs. Feels much
I like
more
Mark,
spacious
but
to
that's
me.
not usually what we
Look,
watch here.
It can't move anything. Nothing rattles.
Yeah.
Now, Mikey, let's see. Another pocket door here going into your bedroom. Now, what's so impressive about this bedroom is number 1, the space, and number 2,
Very big.
normally these
Is it
motorhomes
tier 1
that
booty?
have the built-in garages, they end up putting the garages right at the end of the motorhome. And sometimes that makes them compromise the ceiling heights or the space in the bedroom setup. But that's not the case here. We only have the engine. That's why this bedroom is so spacious. Again, just like the living room area, you have a motorized TV that pops up, 2 awning windows with the same
It's pretty cool.
built-in screen and blackout shades. Again, nice and spacious room. Right above us, we have this built-in starlight detail.
Still grinding OSRS on the side. Yeah, but I haven't been doing much agility recently. I fucking hate that skill.
Because it lifts up
taking a little break. I hate agility.
Covered, but you can get the ventilation, and obviously we have the blackouts here, screen, all that good stuff. And look at the cabinetry in this bedroom. You have cabinets everywhere, and you have a lot of space to hang your clothes. Like behind this, full-size mirror setup here. That's additional.
Oh my god, that storage space.
This is incredible. We utilize every single space in this amazing motorhome. Now, so far we saw the exterior and the interior, and I think what's left is we should take this thing for a ride.
Pretty ugly overall. Yeah, I think if you're paying this kind of money, it should look like something out of a goddamn sci-fi movie. This is old-fashioned. It's like grandma's kitchen.
No NS review is complete unless we take it for a ride. Here we are on the roads of Rivertel, and this motorhome rides so smoothly. It's incredibly quiet here, again, thanks to the engine being located on the back. Views are amazing. This massive windshield really elevates the experience here. Front cabin is very comfortable, very spacious, and we have Max, who is the owner's son, driving us around. I don't know, life is good, we can't complain.
Drift this shit, Max.
Certainly delivers.
I want to see you take it off of a parked tow truck, GTA style. Give us a good ramp. This looks like such a peaceful ride.
Alright everyone, that's it for the tour. I hope you all enjoyed this video. I want to give big thanks to Volkner family for inviting us to their headquarters and allowing us to tour their amazing vehicle. This motorhome is truly one of a kind, and as always, you can find more information about the vehicle and Volkner down in the description of this video. Lastly, if you enjoyed the tour, just make sure to give us a like, subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you guys
Prime
next week.
Tapple and Tier 1 tampon lube. Awesome. Oh my god, another motorhome. We toured the most futuristic Man, there must be some crazy motorhome collectors out there, or enthusiasts out there. Alright, last motorhome though. I'm only doing 2.
What's up everybody, it's Enes here. This week we're in Wilhelmsdorf, Germany, and going to tour this futuristic, luxurious motorhome built by Dembel. The interior of this motorhome is stunning, and on the back we have a full-size garage, so you can take your personal car with you anywhere you travel. Now, this model starts around 1 million euros, and the particular
it's cheap compared to the last one.
The upgrades goes for 1,070,000 euros.
They're giving it away.
Around $1,250,000.
Where am I going to put my supercar?
Without further ado, let's begin our tour.
Thanks, Reset Quickster. It at least looks more futuristic. Looks like a truck.
Yeah. So we're gonna start our tour on the exterior, walk around the entire vehicle. Then we're gonna take you guys inside. First thing I want to mention, this motorhome is built on a Mercedes Actros chassis. You have a 12.8 liter engine V12.
I don't care about any of that.
530 horsepower. And
they can get 0 horsepower. I don't care, man.
Does 11.5
I just want to see if it can
gallon, even
do some cool
shit. Weighs
26
26 tons.
That's crazy. What, a Hummer does 8 or 9 miles a gallon, right?
That's right. So impressive. And it's actually 12 meters long, 4 meters tall, 2.5 meters wide. So it's definitely a big vehicle. Now, if we go around the side, Mikey, I love the contemporary lines. It's just the motorhome looks so modern and elegant, and we're used to seeing.
It actually looks really minimal.
More, let's say old school, but this is not.
It's like half the textures haven't loaded.
It's so elevated from the ground. Look at the passenger side here. It's like solid, what, like 6-7 feet up there.
It's like
it's pretty high.
Exactly, but. Another thing I want to mention, the windshield on this thing is a little bit more shallow. It's almost like a little bit more sporty. Now that we're on the side, another detail I want to mention, it doesn't have side mirrors, it has side cameras. And we're going to show you guys how that works on the interior.
Some booty
now, going this way, we have the first slide out here that kicks out about 50 centimeters. That's your living room area. And on this side, we have 2 folding chairs, custom designed for this motorhome, where you can store it right here. That's your storage compartment that connects all the way to the other side. And below here, Mikey, we have your hydraulic pumps. And right next to that is your split air conditioning unit for the entire motorhome. Super cool.
Very
now,
cool
right
indeed.
In the
yes.
center, we have this lit up staircase that leads you to the inside. Push of a button, you can actually close the staircase. It flushes nicely with the exterior clad. Above that, you have your door that we're going to check out in a bit. Now, coming here, if you actually look above the motorhome, we have 4 solar panels.
Oh
each
my
producing
God!
320
It's
watts.
green!
So in total, you get 1,320 watts. And right here, Mikey, you have 200 amp each. In total, 800 amp lithium batteries to store all that electricity. That way you can power all the electronics in this car without having the need to turn on the diesel generator. Now, Mikey,
most of the people that are able to afford this are old
detail
hacks. How are they going to climb that
When you
steep
close this panel
staircase?
Here, there's a nice cutout
Yeah, I
for
don't
your
know, man.
keypad, and I cannot show you guys
Look
this
how
code,
cool
but
that is. So futuristic. And then it enters into self-destruct mode.
Like
That's sleek.
It is super sleek, right? There you go. Now, Mikey, 2 more details here. Number 1, these rear tires, they have steering as well. That way, when you're turning, the rear tires turn as well to help you with the turning radius of this long vehicle, which is super cool. And above us, we have this motorized retractable awning system with LED lighting on the steel legs, which is super unique. And above that is obviously covered, 6 meters wide, 3.5 meters in depth. And on top of that, you have a secondary motorized screen here to lower down. That way, let's say you're having your meal down below here and you don't want to get the sun, you can actually avoid it through the shade.
That's pretty cool. That thing is huge. It really sticks out far.
Exactly. And another cool detail, I know too much about this RV now. When the wind gets up to 39 kilometers an hour, it automatically closes up since it doesn't have any supporting legs.
Wow.
Super unique, right?
Yeah.
Now, speaking of unique, this is amazing.
It's so weak that it's built in with a
Has a
coward
small
system.
garage where you can park your
We can't
smart
handle
car,
any faster
which
winds
is
than this. We're going back
incredible.
in.
It's also branded with the same colored theme like the rest of the motorhome. And it's amazing the fact that you can actually bring your own personal car wherever you travel.
That's
Thanks
always
for the
been like, my
resub,
biggest problem with
Aries and
RVs in
Coom.
general, because like usually you're out in like national parks or something, and it's like sometimes you want to drive on a dirt road, but you can't take these big cars.
Or go to grocery shopping.
Exactly, yeah.
And in this case, this motorhome comes with this smart car here as well. This is your garage. It's all clad with stainless steel. You have access to some of your panels here. And check this out, Mikey. The way you park it inside, obviously, currently we have it on the ramp, and they have a tow hook here. And
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah. Like, how do you get out? Because once you park
just
it
like
in there,
that,
you'd be
you pull the
trapped.
car
Be your
inside
tomb.
and close this hydraulic door.
Okay, so they have a tow hook.
Amazing, right?
They
Now,
thought of
Mikey,
everything.
Let's wrap around and continue our tour. I want to briefly talk about the color palette and kind of like the design elements of this motorhome. They went with this nice simple white color, and that's the signature dumbbell red and black combination right there, where we have the glass panels. Over here we have more storage panels and access points. In this case, this is Mikey right here, is where you have your heating system and access to your valves and plumbing and all that. They used Uponor. Uponor is one of the best in the industry. I wanted to point that out. And if we follow this way, Mikey,
Can
we
it
have
fly?
extra storage compartments. And
wish.
down below is your 408 kilowatt generator, diesel generator, with a soundproof case there. That way, when it turns
Easy
on,
tier
you don't
one
even hear
fur.
it inside of the
Resub
motorhome.
dumpling.
And what's cool about this system that they have is every time you need the generator, it turns on automatically. So you don't have to shift the button or turn a switch on. It's just automatically wired that way.
Pretty cool. It's an American import also.
That's right.
Oh,
Now, Mikey,
yeah.
this is the second
America,
door where
baby.
It opens up to the storage unit that we showed earlier.
made it.
Above that is your secondary slide out. This one is a little bit bigger. It kicks out about 70 centimeters, and that's your kitchen right there.
Ooh, thank you for taking
Now,
your subs,
lastly,
Fur.
we
Appreciate it,
have
man.
the driver's side here. Let's take a quick look. Obviously, we're going to check
Thank you
out
for
on the inside
generosity.
in a bit. I mean, it's up there.
Yeah, it's high. It's really, really cool though.
Overall, I love the exterior design. The whole motorhome looks so
All
contemporary.
right, let's see the
elegant.
inside. Come
It
on.
has a young vibe to it.
Let's go,
You have a
Ines.
Mercedes chassis. You can't really go wrong with that. And that wraps our tour on the exterior. Now, I want to open the door here. So you have 8 stairs that takes you up, Mikey. Built-in handrail with LED lighting. You can see the latches, they're heavy duty. And I'll meet you guys inside.
We'll see you inside, Ines. Be careful. I'll take the ladder over there. Hopefully they don't fall and
We'll
eat
go
shit.
straight into the living room area. Now, the interior of this motorhome is stunning. In fact, Denbel uses an interior design firm that specializes
The inside
in
looks
yacht
kinda
design,
fucking cool.
And their eye for beautiful finishes,
Yes, this
wood-clad
looks kinda
details
cool.
really shows in this interior. Now the first area I want to cover is right behind me. We have this 50-inch TV nicely recessed into this wood-clad wall, and even the ceilings are covered with this exquisite material, mood lighting throughout.
Well, what material is it? Is it adamantium? Is it plastic? Like, what the fuck are we talking about in this?
That way you get a nice air distribution throughout the space. Now, I want to cover this section here. This is your living room seating area. You have a built-in seating here with mood lighting underneath, and this is your first slide out, Mikey. You even have some upper cabinets here.
Imagine crashing one of these.
It's just a cozy area for
imagine if you crash something this expensive, it just kind of bursts into like actual money, like dollar bills fly out of it.
Area, we also have this table that's currently positioned as a coffee table, and you can actually make it adjust it, turn it this way, and have it as a dining table as well. On top of that,
oh wow,
you can lower it and raise it if you want.
A lot of interesting features in this thing.
Correct. Now, I also forgot to mention this. We have a skylight right in the center, bringing
Is it Tier 1
light
Diva?
to space. They have built-in blackout shades also as well. And Mikey, all the glass in this motorhome is heated. That way, when you're heating the motorhome through floor heating or through your radiators that are on each side, even your skylights or your windows are heated. So you have a nice thermal envelope.
I guess they just do that so like hot
Makes the Bitsy Dragon
windows basically, right?
Exactly. Or let's say you're laying down on the
crocodile.
bed, you don't have a cold window right next to you.
Makes sense.
Amazing space. Now let's continue our tour. We have these two chairs currently turned this direction to your seating area, and obviously when
Damn,
you're cruising,
they've got like
you
the
have it turned
rumble
other
pack
way
on
around.
them.
But more
Look at the
importantly,
hydraulic
Mikey,
system on those bad boys.
I'm gonna lower it tiny bit. There you go. Normally you would have these chairs leaning back, so you can actually lower this queen size bed all the way down here, and that's your additional sleeping area.
Nice.
Pretty cool. So at least 4 people can
You
sleep
could
in
crush someone with that if you wanted to.
And this section is super cool. They have roof heating here. That way you don't compromise the comfort. Even in this space, you have some built-in reading lights, another skylight detail there, plugs, kind of everything you need, another cozy spot.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And just like that, you tuck it up. Now, Mikey, let's check out the cockpit.
Let's do it.
All right. As we go in here, it's super spacious, and I gotta say,
it is spacious.
the cockpit of this motorhome is truly stunning. You have so much space here, and visibility is great. I'm currently sitting in the driver's seat, and my dashboard here with 2 built-in screens. It looks like I'm driving a really nice Mercedes SUV. It doesn't even feel like a motorhome. You have your GPS here, and we mentioned it on the exterior. Instead of side mirrors, you have side cameras. Obviously, your vision is a little bit low here since we have the slide outs open right now. And Mikey, look at this. I mean,
Thanks to the bits
this is
again
your
first.
gear. You have all this extra storage. Obviously, all these seats that we're sitting on.
Thank you for that, man.
all
Thank you for the
4
kind
seats,
words.
they
A
are
long time of
heated,
watching.
cooled, and massaged.
And don't forget, they're also on hydraulics. So
air suspension.
Air suspension, yeah. So it feels like you're floating on these.
I mean, it's amazing. I'm sure it's super fun to drive this thing around, and visibility is great. I don't know. It's like I'm so impressed with this motorhome.
Yeah.
I wish there was one video where Ennis just goes into it and he's like, oh my god, this thing sucks. It's a piece of shit.
We have the
I
kitchen,
hate this.
super
This is made of Corian. It sucks.
Cabinetry
There's a
throughout,
vibranium
glass
sink.
countertops,
Trash.
And right here we have the Miele induction cooktop. Above that you have your tucked-in kitchen vent, and here we have a nice LED channel lighting for the entire kitchen. Upper cabinets above, and Mike, I gotta show you this detail. Of course, these are soft close. Check this out. They have espresso cups branded with Dembo.
That's pretty cool.
All their cups, dishware, everything is actually branded. In fact, I'm going to show more in a
Is it
bit.
Prime Winter?
Down below the induction cooktop, we have a Miele oven. And ready? Dishwasher drawer.
Woo!
I feel like that's not common to see.
You said that in the last one, Mikey. You said that literally one video ago.
Oh, made by Dembo.
We're going to have to push Denbill to give us some souvenirs to take home.
That sounds cool. Now, Mikey, let's check out this detail. This cover plate comes off, and there you go. You have your modern sink there with a pop-up faucet. There you go, nice and sleek. And let's put this cover back on. Another good detail that I want to mention here also, they have this awning window here that you can open up, get some fresh air, right? I love those aluminum handles. And check this out. You either have bug screen, automatic, or your blackouts.
And that's every opening window.
He's a tier 1 buddy.
The whole unit, right?
Exactly.
Give
Throughout
sub
the
Mikey.
entire motorhome, everything is motorized.
Yeah.
All the curtains and everything. Now let's check out more cabinets. Down below the sink, we have additional cabinetry here.
Don't
Everything is
care.
nicely compartmentalized. and they even utilize space.
Does it have an automated defense system?
Extra storage. Now, the last part of this kitchen is right here. This panel door opens up to your fridge. Down below, we have the freezer, and that wraps our tour for the kitchen. We're back at the entry now. This is your main door, and right next to that, we have an additional door opening up to a small closet space where you have your control for your AC, generator, and this screen right here controls the entire motorhome. You can use it for your slide outs, awning system, doors, exteriors. You can control anything from here. Now, following this hallway, we have a coat closet here, and the first door on my right-hand side goes into your bathroom.
Yep, I see the shitter.
The rest of the motorhome, this bathroom here has some of those yacht finishes with the curved walls, LED lit mirror, chrome details here with your faucet, nice bowl sink. This toilet right here, Mikey, is also heated. It's motorized.
Bidet.
I mean, this is incredible. You have a LED
okay, I'm out. No bidet.
Makeup or when you get ready. Heated towel racks with this Corian stone
There's
back
a William and Tier 1 Scioto.
Has the Danville branding. Super cool.
It has to.
Has to, right? Mood lighting here, the amount of details. And of course, right behind me, we have the vent on right now, is your walk-in shower with a massive rain head.
No stars?
Even your shower head is actually...
No stars on the ceiling. Are you kidding me?
It's not small in there either. Go inside.
Is this a joke?
Check it out. You have chrome fixtures here. I mean, it's a good size. And on the back, you actually have shampoo niche here with LED lighting.
Yeah.
I mean, they thought about it. Everything. And last part, Mikey. This door right here opens up to your closet for your bathroom. And down below, you have a washer and dryer, which is something you got to have. Now, at the end of this hallway, we got to show this detail. Mirrored pocketing door. I said mirrored because you can actually see yourself. It's like a nice full-size mirror that closes off your bedroom. Mikey, come on inside. Now this space is just as cozy as the rest of the motor home. I love the mood lighting that they have throughout around the bed setup. You have two massive windows on each side bringing natural light. Again, they're heated. And of course you have your bug screen, automatic shades, blackouts, everything you need.
Is the resub disaster?
That we've been seeing. They have the same stainless steel reveal detail around this window opening that looks exquisite. Behind that, we have the grill for the radiator, nicely hidden.
This wasn't nearly as futuristic as I thought it would be.
You mentioned it was looked like a yacht, but it reminds me of Bentador, a Tankaway yacht we put on the channel a while back.
Exactly.
Thanks, Jack. Detail.
Italian yachts, but if you haven't seen it, go check out that video.
Make sure to check it out.
Yeah.
I mean, Mikey, overall great space. I love the bed setup here, so cozy. And behind the bed setup, you actually have all these doors that serves as your cabinetry and your closet space. In fact, the one right in the center is actually deep that goes down a little bit, so you can hang your dresses, pants, clothes, all that good stuff.
More modern than futuristic,
nightstand here.
There's a Tier 1 Quantum and the Resub Radical.
Nice and cozy. Now, so far we saw the exterior and the interior of this motorhome, and there's actually one more thing left. I think we should take it out on the road and see how it drives.
Let's do it.
Damn, it drives so smooth. It's like it's not even moving.
For a ride, and I gotta say, it drove so smoothly. It's incredibly quiet, and something about being really high, it just makes it really fun. Overall, you guys saw the interiors, and it drives amazing as well.
I'm sending a quick text message. Yeah, clickbaited, wasn't futuristic. Didn't even see any kind of hollow programs or anything. Okay. Thanks to the resub, Paul. Okay, man gets charged by a gorilla. Oh, I've seen this. Everyone's seen this.
One of the most extraordinary characters I've ever met was Adrian de Schrijver. Adrian took us into the forest, confronted us with the gorillas, and we got charged and charged and charged again. And I think, and I'm sure, if I would have even flinched once and would have dropped the camera, would have run or turned around,
I still love that shot.
Well, this is obviously not the
I'm
right
watching
man
you,
to make
bitch.
this film.
If I see any fear, I swear to God.
Adrian the Shriver had this orphaned baby gorilla, and one day he decided to introduce it into the forest to let it know the sights and the sounds. And suddenly we sensed the gorillas were right close. And Adrian stood there with the baby gorilla on his arm. And suddenly the gorilla called in a way it had never called before.
He just said, fuck you.
There was a strange feeling. It was all quiet. And suddenly we saw the leaves move, and there was Hannibal first, who looked at us. And I sensed there was something going to happen, which really we shall never forget.
Sweet.
Hannibal suddenly called, and Casimir answered from the background. And Adrian was very, very nervous, and we all realized this is a situation which really can end up in something terrible.
Casimir. Hey, stop insulting him!
Casimir came and he screamed and just charged Adrian, and Adrian literally had no other chance than to drop the baby gorilla, because if he would have kept it, we all convinced that Casimir would have killed him, although he knew him very well for many years.
Damn. I haven't seen that in a while. Forgot how intense that was. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna call it a night. I'm getting tired. Alright, everyone, thanks for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot, so thanks for subbing. I appreciate the generosity, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'll put you over to... I'll throw you over to Edgar. He's doing some Minecraft. Thanks again, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thanks for resub as